Undoubtedly a hero. We heard that he proved that instantly after just his third day on the job when he saved two elderly people from their burning home. Mitchell on the job for just a year and a half. Whether you knew Officer Mitchell or not, the loss of a law enforcement member can be tough on the entire community. Yesterday, our Mariel Mose spoke with people visiting his growing memorial outside the 5th Precinct in Minneapolis.
Young girls who live in the neighborhood around the 5th Police Precinct came by to pay their respects to Officer Jamal Mitchell, writing him a note and placing it on his squad car with dozens of other messages, showing how much Officer Mitchell meant to this community. Like this one, saying this officer saved my dad from a robbery.
It's very overwhelming, especially the messages from the kids.
Christy Janigo stopped by the squad memorial for the first time. She's a Maple Grove resident, just like Officer Mitchell was.
And I've always been kind of afraid of losing.
Please remain standing for the posing of the colors.
Ready?
You may be seated. Welcome to the celebration of life for Jamal Mitchell. Special welcome to Tori, to Jalen, to Cohen, to Caden, to Mason, and the family, Terry and Tom. Special welcome to Janet, to Dennis, to Aunt Dee Dee, to Janet, Sherry, Milani, and Ronell. And welcome to some incredible friends and a great neighborhood around Jalen, Jaden, the children, to the whole family. Friends and neighbors, welcome. And to Jamal's fellow police officers, welcome. I want you to know of the gratitude that I have and the highest respect that I have for every one of you. Thank you for how you protect us and how you serve us. Thank you. My name is Mike Emmert. I'm a campus pastor at Eagle Brook Church. I'm at our Wayzata campus. We're here today to celebrate the life of Jamal Mitchell. There's a lot of emotions happening today, I'm sure. How I love that God has created us. He's created tears and laughter very close when you're grieving. So today, it's good to cry. And today, it's good to laugh and to have some joy because of the joy that Jamal brought to all of us. So you should be crying and laughing today. There's all kinds of other emotions too, and I know there's heavy hearts, probably so many questions, and I'm sure that most of those questions are why questions. Like, why did this have to happen? Why would God allow this? Well, I believe you're all here for a reason. I believe that God brought us here today and has something for each and every one of us. I know God has brought me here for a reason. So today we're going to come and celebrate the life of Jamal, a loving partner, a father, a son, a brother, a great friend, and a fellow police officer, and a servant of our community. Today, what I want you to do is I want you to step away from the why questions. Because you know what? They're most likely never going to get answered. And I want you to ask a different question. I want you to start asking what? What should I learn from this? What is God trying to show me? And what is God doing with my heart? I believe if you ask these questions, you're going to find the hope that Jamal had found in his life. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for Jamal's life. We thank you for how uniquely you created him. Lord, and we thank you that he is your child. So Lord Jesus, I pray that today and during this service that we can remember Jamal, that we can cry together, that we can laugh together, Lord, and that we can become unified because of the life that Jamal lived, and most importantly because of you, Jesus. And so I ask that you bless our time and bless this service. I pray this in your name. Amen.
I'm Aunt Dee Dee, Jamal's aunt. I first want to begin by reading scriptures that have been requested by the family. The 23rd Psalm. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yes, and yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Psalm 27 and one verse reads, verse 10, when my father and my mother forsake me, then the Lord will take me up. We want to thank everyone, the mayor of this great city, chief of police O'Hara, assistant chief Katie Blackwell, Jamal's partners, supporting community, pastors. On behalf of the family, we thank thee. We want to give special thanks to Commissioner Ronell Higgins, Department of Emergency Services and Protective Services of Connecticut. We thank thee. Every act, every card, every note, every story made us smile and cry. Collectively, we, the Mitchell, the Raper, the Edwards, and Mizalek family want to thank you for your overwhelming love, your outpour of strength, the bottle of water, the cup of coffee, the donut. Wherever we needed to go, we are grateful to you for the love during this difficult time. There's a gospel quartet group, the Jackson Southerneers. The lyrics of a popular song says, the only time you look down on a man is when you're picking them up. This was Jamal's Christian upbringing. It echoed that principle. No matter what you've been through, Jamal's heart demonstrated, I care. It demonstrated the deep concern that no matter who you are or what difficulty you might face, I'm here to help you up. Jamal, yes, he wanted to make a difference. Yes, he wanted to be a game changer. So today, his family and friends are here, and we collectively agree that this was Jamal's purpose, to reach down and pick you up. Through a wave, as I rode in my cruiser, to checking back with the community. This was Jamal's purpose. This was Jamal's assignment. This was Jamal's mission. And through our tears and heavy heart, we collectively say, mission accomplished. Again, we thank you. You hold special places in our heart. I've gained a new family when I come back again. Every endeavor, everything you did, the supporters, the funds, we thank you. This love runs deep. And in my closing, I talked with Jamal's older brother, Marquise, and he said, Aunt Dee Dee, share these words for me. He wanted to tell the family, you are not alone. You're not alone. His nieces and his nephews and niece, Uncle Marquis said he loves you. He wanted me to tell you that although Jamal was younger than him, Jamal was his mentor and his role model. And he was so proud of him. So we say thank you again. Mission accomplished, Jamal.
Officer Jamal Mitchell exemplified the very best of our city. He was a hero. He loved. And looking around this room today, what is exceedingly clear is that we all loved him right back. It's notable that he chose the profession of policing post-2020. It's even more notable that he affirmatively chose Minneapolis. Of all the places in the world, of all the professions in the world, of all the cities in the world, he chose us. Officer Jamal Mitchell was here for a reason. On just his third day as a Minneapolis Police Department officer, he ran into a burning building to save an elderly couple, putting his own life at risk. He was here for a reason. Officer Jamal Mitchell loved his community so much he spent his time being part of it. I'm struck by how many people share lasting memories of their interactions with Officer Mitchell. From local restaurant owners that remember his smile and his kindness, to even people he once arrested who noted that the positive interaction that they had with him changed their lives. His neighbors said he was someone invested in their lives, someone who cared about them, while his pickup basketball teammates called him the glue that held it all together. He was here for a reason. Officer Jamal Mitchell was so deeply committed to our city of Minneapolis. And on May 30th, he gave his life while serving it, demonstrating unmatched bravery, courage, dedication, and service. He was the epitome of a public servant and a courageous police officer, and we were so lucky to have him. To our Minneapolis police officers, thank you, and I am so sorry for your loss. Yours is an honorable profession and an incredible police department. It's impossible to express our debt of gratitude that we owe each of you for continuing to risk your own lives to keep us safe. To the family of Officer Mitchell, his parents, Janet and Dennis, thank you for giving our city and the world such an extraordinary hero. To his fiancée, Tori, I mentioned that the qualities that Jamal had, courage, bravery, compassion, and love, those qualities in such abundance are almost unique. Almost because I see those same qualities in you. Your strength, your courage, and poise through this time is an inspiration to us all. And to your extraordinary children, Cohen, Jalen, Caden, and Mason, I'm proud to have known your father. And you should stand tall and proud for the rest of your lives because he was your dad. And to Officer Mitchell, on behalf of the residents and everyone who has stepped foot in the city of Minneapolis, thank you. We will never forget the sacrifice you made. You lived a hero. You died a hero. And you will be remembered as a hero in our city forever.
Thank you, Pastor Mike, Reverend clergy that are here with us, all the family, friends, the sworn members and professional staff of the police department of the city of Minneapolis, and all our brothers and sisters in law enforcement from around the state and actually from around the country that are here with us. Thank you for coming to remember and honor the life of a true hero, a role model for so many young people, and a true public servant. Minneapolis police officer Jamal Mitchell was all of that. Once again, we find ourselves gathered in this region of the country with black mourning bands around our shield. Once again, too soon, mourning the killing of a police officer in the line of duty. But then again, it's always too soon for that. I've said this since the day he died, and I will say this every day for as long as I live. Minneapolis police officer Jamal Mitchell represented all that is good about the men and women of the Minneapolis Police Department and about police officers around this state and around this country. In any democracy throughout the course of human history, you need guardians of that democracy so that society can be possible. And Jamal was the epitome of a guardian of our community. Jamal was courageous to his very core. He was empathetic and deeply committed to the cause and the mission of police officers around our country. He was heroic as a man unto the very end. Just 3 days on the job, I met Jamal on a scene after he had run into a house on fire in southwest Minneapolis, rescuing an elderly couple that could not navigate their way through the smoke to get out safely on their own. That courageous act earned Jamal a life-saving award from the MPD. Jamal said at the time, "This is what I got into law enforcement to do, to save lives and serve our community." When a reporter asked him, "Are you trained to run into fires?" Jamal said, "No, but we are here to put our lives on the line on behalf of others." That's the kind of commitment people hope for from police officers. And that's the kind of commitment we expect from all our members. A year later, that commitment, that steadfast, resilient dedication to duty led Jamal on full display when Jamal responded to his final call on May 30th. But tragically, on that time, Jamal's actions, his ethics, who he was as a man, cost him his very life. What happened is beyond comprehension. But as people of faith, we know that Jamal was here on purpose. And even this, as painful and as unexplainable as it is a part of his plan. Jamal did not hesitate to answer that final call for service, and he lived up to the highest standards of the Minneapolis Police Department and the policing profession itself. For Jamal's courageous, selfless, and unequivocally heroic actions on that day, he has been posthumously awarded the two highest honors of the Minneapolis Police Department, the Medal of Honor and the Purple Heart. As a police officer, Jamal served honorably, and he was loyal and faithful to his oath until the very end. Such is the sad fate of far too many police officers lately. One day you're helping someone who is grateful and good. The next day you're confronting the evil of someone who has no regard for their own life, let alone the life of others. We know the pain Jamal's family is experiencing is something that just cannot be put into words. Jamal was just trying to provide aid to someone he thought was in need of help when he was so suddenly and just without warning and violently taken from us. Public safety is a responsibility that all members of society have a role to play in and share. Everyone in the criminal justice system has a job to do, and in order for that system to do, everyone must do their job and do their part. But everyone in the community as well has a responsibility to achieve public safety. And in Minneapolis, police and community are a whole lot closer than a lot of people would have you want to believe. But the policing profession itself is different from other jobs. People like Jamal agree to show up on behalf of others. They agree to go work nights, go work weekends when so many people expect to work from home. People like Jamal agree to go miss holidays, miss their children's birthdays, to go and answer the call and try and keep innocent people safe. While it's true that people like Jamal are exceptional, Jamal was not the exception in this profession. He represents the vast majority of police, the vast majority of men and women who live a life of purpose in this very noble job. But when something like this happens, we often hear people say, and I've been asked myself, why is it that we seem to lose the good ones? It never seems to occur to folks that perhaps the vast majority of folks in this profession are deeply good. When you agree to live a life where you kiss your loved ones goodbye, when you put on this blue suit, pin that badge on your chest, and go out to answer a call, you just never know. You never know if that goodbye from home will be your last. Every time you answer the next radio call, every time you step out of that black and white car, you just never know. But we do know is there's been far too many of these memorial services lately. And we know that attacks on our police in this state have increased. We know that over about the last year, we've had 11 killings in the last 14 months of law enforcement officers in our part of the country. And when I reflect on this disturbing trend, I cannot help but think how we as a society have become too acceptable of negative and false narratives about all the men and women, the diverse men and women who choose this profession. Words have meaning, and when we paint every police officer with such a broad brush, we become more and more narrow-minded, more ignorant, as if we were to paint any other diverse group of human beings in that way. Over the past few years, people like Jamal, post-2020, have chosen to come to us. Our members that have been here decades, 20 and 30 plus years, have chosen to remain with us, despite so often being maligned by people who do not know them, do not know their families, or do not know what they actually do on behalf of others in our community. The enormously tragic death of police officer Jamal Mitchell should serve as a reminder of the immense power and even larger consequences that words and our way of thinking might have. As we've all seen in the last week, Jamal was an exceptional human being, but we in this profession know he was not the exception. Despite this murder and despite so many of us being in mourning, police officers in Minneapolis and around our state continue to put their uniforms on every day, and they continue to go out knowing full well that they have to come home and face their kids, that they have to come home and face their spouse. And the thought that is going through their mind is there, but for the grace of God, that could have been me. And yet, despite the challenges, they continue to show up. That's what the words on our squad cars mean: to protect with courage, to serve with compassion. Jamal was the epitome of being courageous and compassionate in this profession. He was a shining example for all of us to follow. As a Minneapolis police officer, Jamal rose to every challenge. He was a go-to guy for his sergeant whenever they needed someone to come in early or to stay late. He was respectful. He had a friendly demeanor and absolutely excellent interpersonal skills. As a man, Jamal was intentional about being a role model for young people and an example to countless others. It is not how he died that make him truly heroic. It is how he lived his life as a man up until the very end. Despite all the rhetoric we hear, despite all the yelling, cops and community are much closer in Minneapolis than a lot of people would let you believe. We've seen evidence of that over this last week. The outpouring of love from our residents has been immeasurable. Every day, hundreds and hundreds of people have come to a memorial at the 5th Precinct Station to offer their condolences. They have come at every hour of the day and night, sometimes in steady streams and sometimes just in trickles. The vast majority have been people of ordinary means. A great number of them, folks from the local neighborhood, walking up after a long day at work, bringing flowers, bringing their children, leaving written messages for the family. Lots of praying has happened on that site over the last week from people of all different faiths and creeds and languages. Most of the visitors are on the verge of tears when they see the drawings from his daughter Mason on our squad car, especially those of us who are parents. That's when the true magnitude of this loss hits them. Because he was so friendly and outgoing, Jamal literally has hundreds of folks who have showed up to share stories of friendship and simple acquaintances. They share comments about his warm and glowing smile, about how he waved to them from a passing patrol car, about how he made them feel valued, important, and heard. One constant comment that we've heard is just how fun and how encouraging he was with children in the neighborhood. As a Minneapolis police officer, Jamal Mitchell was absolutely everything we could possibly ask of a man or woman in this profession. To Miss Janet and Dennis, to Tori, Cohen, Jalen, Caden, Mason, to all his aunts, his siblings, all of his extended family. On behalf of the Minneapolis Police Department, thank you. Thank you for sharing Jamal with us. We will be forever grateful for your sacrifice. We will ensure Jamal's memory will endure forever, and we will never forget. Farewell, Minneapolis Police Officer Jamal Mitchell, number 4819. Until we meet again, we love you, we miss you, we will honor your legacy forever. May God watch over your family, and may God bless the Minneapolis Police Department.
Thank you, Chief. Officer Jamal Mitchell, badge 4819. He was the hero that the city of Minneapolis needed. My name is Luke Weatherspoon. I had the pleasure of being sworn in with Jamal, going through the academy with Jamal. I also have had the honor of calling him one of my closest friends. Today I'm honored to tell you about my guy, Officer Jamal Mitchell. Jamal and I graduated the academy together about a year and a half ago. About this time last year, we were finishing up FTO together on the north side of Minneapolis, making plans for the future, planning our careers, celebrating accomplishments. For those of you who don't know Jamal, he had plans to join the Minneapolis Police Athletic League. That's a role that he held near and dear to his heart, and it was reflective in his daily work. He was perfect for that role. He had plans. He had a very bright future ahead of him. I'm still in utter shock about the events that unfolded. As a police officer, you are consistently engaged with people on the worst day of their lives. You witness tragedy and see genuine pain. Words cannot express the emotions that I had when I found out that there was a fallen Minneapolis police officer. There are not words to explain the emotions that exist when you find out that that fallen police officer was somebody who you consider a brother. As soon as I found out that there was an officer down, Mitch was actually my first call. It's still so painful to imagine what his family is going through. When I saw Tori walk into HCMC that day, it broke my heart. I will forever view being a police officer differently from that day moving forward. Jamal was much more than a police officer. He was an outstanding father, strongly engaged with his children. I talked to him on the phone a few weeks ago, and I heard him talking to his daughter, Mason. It stood out to me because of his genuine love for her. You could hear it in his voice. That specific conversation ended with him having to go and get his sons from the bus stop. Jamal lived for his family. Jamal loved them unconditionally. Jamal never missed an event for his kids, to include plays, dance recitals, birthdays. He did all of this on top of working a good amount of overtime, volunteering with the community, and the other demands that come with being a police officer. Jamal was deeply driven by his ability to give back to the community. He volunteered with the Boy Scouts of America, countless food shelves, coached basketball, and he always enjoyed giving back to his community. Jamal was incredible. Jamal was also a good friend. He was nice, respectful. He was always bringing everybody together. He was all-inclusive, and he always had a plan. He would always check up on you, even though he was busy doing all the things that he did. He would always make time for you. For those who don't know, his son and I have the same birthday. After blowing out the candles, putting his kids to sleep that night, he actually beat me to my own birthday celebration this year. I was sent a picture of him and my other friends waiting for me. Jamal always had your back. He was always someone you could count on. If you were lucky enough to call Jamal your friend, you could count on him amping you up, celebrating your accomplishments and successes. If you were lucky enough to have Jamal as your friend, he would call you when he was grabbing food, see if you wanted him to pick you up something. He was always so thoughtful. Jamal would call me and he would tell me, I checked your work schedule for XYZ day. I noticed that none of your squad partners are working. Coincidentally, none of my squad partners are working either. So why don't you come in early and we're going to be partners that day. I wish I would have done that more. Jamal was an avid basketball player. Besides being part of the group at the Maple Grove Lifetime, he took a lot of pride in coaching the kids. I remember in the academy, we had some downtime one day, and as a class, we played a game. Not only did he show off his abilities, but he showed us that he was a team player. Jamal was a hero off the job, too. The day before he was taken from us, he put on a pair of his prized Nikes from his extensive shoe collection and took his kids to the pool. For those of you who don't know, Jamal was absolutely a sneakerhead. He noticed while he was at the pool that there was a kid in the water struggling to stay above the water. Jamal jumped in, still wearing his favorite pair of Nikes on his feet, to save the child. Jamal was the kind of guy who saw someone in distress and everything else went out the window. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." Jamal became a Minneapolis police officer after a brief stint as an airport police officer. He decided to serve the city of Minneapolis because we needed him. In a post-2020 world, against the advice of countless mentors, he decided to embrace the challenge. He did this not because it was easy, but because it was difficult. Minneapolis needed not just another officer, but someone like Jamal. Someone who cared deeply about establishing genuine bonds with the community. A man who truly wanted to make a genuine difference in this corner of the world. Someone who got out of the squad car, walked into restaurants, shops, and businesses, sometimes just to talk. Jamal made friends throughout the entire city doing just that. Jamal would follow up with families who were the victim of crimes to ensure that they felt safe. I remember one time, he gave me an address and he told me to go and do extra patrols in the area after he took an arson report. He took this very seriously after he ran into a house and had to save lives of people when the house was on fire. I told him, "Thanks, Sarge." But the truth is that I respected Jamal, and I respected that he took the time to do that. Jamal was an outstanding police officer. I remember in the academy, Jamal did call in sick the day that we were supposed to be exposed to CS gas. How convenient, I thought. I remember teasing him about it during FTO. The truth is, when Jamal ran into that house as it was burning on fire, he got all the smoke that day. Jamal always talked about it like it wasn't a big deal. I asked him if before he went in there, he knew for sure that there was somebody in there. He looked at me and shrugged. He said the house was on fire and someone maybe needed help. When it came to Jamal and someone needed help, everything else went out the window. Jamal had great pride in being a police officer. He donned the uniform proudly, answering his true calling. For those of you who don't know, on his personal phone, his voicemail started off with, "This is Officer Mitchell." I remember teasing him about it. From the first time I called him, I heard that voicemail. Jamal took great pride in the oath that he gave, and he proudly proclaimed himself as an officer. I always admired that about him. The last time I saw Mitch was 5/30/2024. I had to work late that morning. I was not happy about it. After finishing my reports, I walked out of the report writing room at the precinct. I was running towards the door. On my way out, I saw Mitch standing in the hallway at the precinct. The anger that I had harbored quickly dissipated. We made eye contact. We looked at each other for a second, and I said, "Goofball Jamal." He looked at me and said, "Dookie Lookie." Mitch had a way about him that seemed to just always bring a smile to your face. Mitch is the hero that the city of Minneapolis needed. And in a time when we only have questions, I can tell you one answer that I have. God needed a hero, and he called on Mitch. Mitch answered the call without hesitation, without delay. Mitch rode the wings of an angel, arrived at the gates of heaven, greeted by a contingency of family and friends. He was welcomed with open arms. Mitch and his family made the ultimate sacrifice in the name of peace. We must continue the legacy that he designed. We must stand by his loved ones and continue to advocate for peace in the community. When Abraham Lincoln gave the Gettysburg Address, he stated, "It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead, we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion." We must, and I repeat, we must continue Mitch's legacy of community engagement. He was an avid community member and worked hard to establish many significant relationships with the community that he served. He gave his free time to serve others, and in his own words, attempted to make this corner of the earth a much better place. Mitch succeeded in doing that. Mitch was devoted to encompassing what the city of Minneapolis needed in its officers. He was profoundly engaged in community policing, from coaching basketball, reading to children, or making his rounds to visit stores and restaurants in the community. The best way that we can honor Mitch is to spend quality time with his amazing family, to show them how much we appreciate the sacrifice that Mitch made. Mitch had a true passion for the community, and we as a department must continue the legacy that he designed naturally. We have some pretty big shoes to fill. I'm calling on every officer in this building to think about Jamal the next time that you get in that squad car. And remember that he would have wanted you to get out that car and engage with your communities. Mitch, we appreciate what you did, and this is not the end of your story. Officer Jamal Mitchell, badge number 4819, the hero that the city of Minneapolis needed. Outstanding job, sir, until we meet again.
Mayor Fry, Chief O'Hara, officers, first responders, friends, family members, members of the community, I want to thank you all for being here to honor my friend Jamal. My name is Chris Dunker, otherwise known by Jamal as Slam Dunk. My wife and I are neighbors to Jamal and his beautiful family, Tori, Cohen, Jalen, Caden, and little Mason. Jamal was one of the first people who came over to our home to make introductions when we moved into the neighborhood. I remember thinking to myself, wow, this guy's really outgoing and has a lot of energy. Like, what's wrong with him? That was validated each time I would drive by his house when he was out in the yard with his kids, which was often. It didn't matter if I had the windows up or the windows down, I'd hear Jamal yell, "Hey, Dunk!" His kids, they quickly caught on, and whenever I'd be out in the yard or going to get the mail, I'd hear, "Hi, Dunk!" It would always make me smile, as it does today, and I still don't think they know my first name. Going forward, my hope is I'll be known as Uncle Dunk. On February 28th, I attended a memorial service in Eden Prairie for the 3 fallen heroes in Burnsville. It was the most impactful experience I've ever had around officers, first responders. Sitting in that chair that day, listening to stories being shared by their peers, I would never have, nor could I ever have, imagined that in just a few months, I'd be speaking at a service for my friend Jamal. I'm not an officer, I'm not a first responder, but even as a child, I've been in awe of you heroes. The sacrifices that you're willing to make for us is incredible. And so for the past 10 years, I've had the privilege of serving as the volunteer board chair for a nonprofit called Firefighters for Healing. The organization was founded by another hero, a second-generation Minneapolis firefighter, Jake LaFerrier. He was badly burned in a home explosion. We support as an organization first responders, burn survivors, and their families in their times of need. I share that with you because Jamal also had a heart of service. The list of places that he volunteered is so extensive, I simply don't have time to start sharing that list today. In making his decision to become an officer, he came to me and he asked if I would support him in being a reference on his application. I've seen a lot over the decade working to support first responders, and for 1 minute, I hesitated. Not because Jamal wouldn't be qualified or an absolutely incredible officer, but rather because I selfishly knew I wasn't going to be able to convince him to become an officer down the street in Corcoran or out in the suburbs. He wanted to be an officer that would make an impact. And boy, did he. So, I mean, who was I to keep this incredible human from serving his community? So, of course, I agreed to be a reference. And one of the questions on the referral questionnaire read, describe the applicant's character and reputation. I remember thinking to myself, how do you describe a man like Jamal without sounding insincere? I mean, he was always happy with that Colgate smile. He had tons of energy. He was the first to say hello to someone new. Incredible father. And just genuinely the type of person you wanted to be around. The day after Jamal's passing, our whole neighborhood got together to grieve and share stories about Jamal. During that gathering, one of the neighbors stood up and said, if you were to offer me $1 million to say something negative about Jamal, I simply wouldn't be able to do it. What does that tell you about his character and reputation? It tells me that he's exactly the type of officer that we need more of in the community. The stories that have been shared by the community about the impact that Jamal had are stories you'd expect to hear from a dedicated, tenured officer, not one that served Minneapolis for less than 2 years. However, as we've heard today, Jamal, in fact, was a decorated officer. In Jamal fashion, on his third day, he ran into that burning home to save the lives of an elderly couple. And I remember just a couple days later, looking into his son Jalen's eyes, telling him his dad was a hero. He was so proud of you, Jamal. There's a quote by Maya Angelou that reads, people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Well, Maya, there's another quote that reads, there's an exception to every rule. And Jamal, you were that exception. We will all remember what you did for us, and we will always remember how you made us feel. To our first responder heroes that are here with us today and around the state of Minnesota that are joining us remotely, I share with you Matthew 5:9. Jesus said, blessed are the peacemakers, because they will be called sons of God. Into a world that is ugly with violence and hate, Jesus sends us peacemakers. You peacemakers, I want you to know we see you. We appreciate you. We support you. Tori, well, this may be the end of Jamal's service to our community. It's just the beginning of our service to you and your family. We love you, and we are here for you now and forever. Jamal, I'll miss seeing you play in the yard with your kids. I'll miss hearing you yell, "Hey, Dunk," when I drive by. I'll miss your Michael Jackson dance moves. I'll miss your competitive nature in our neighborhood board games and your complete lack of ability to draw a picture that resembled anything at all during Pictionary games. Most of all, I'll miss your bigger-than-life personality, but know this, at least twice a day, every day, as I begin and end my day, I will be thinking of you and that big, bright Colgate smile. Thank you.
your name alone, for you have always been by my side. Good to me, so good to me. Jesus, you're good to me. Good to me, so good to me. And faithful you'll always be. When the trials hide your face, when I lose my way, I will rest in all your grace and find healing in your name. Good to me, so good to me. Jesus, you're good to me. Good to me, so good to me. And faithful you'll always be. And faithful you'll always be. You are good when the light is hard to see. You are faithful no matter what will be. You are able to do more than I could ever dream. Jesus, you're good to me. You are good when the light is hard to see. You are faithful no matter what will be. You are able to do more than I could ever dream. Jesus, you're good to me. You're good to me, so good to me. Jesus, you're good to me. Good to me, so good to me. And faithful you'll always be. And faithful you'll always be. And faithful you'll always be.
Thanks, Chris and Mark Allen. Thank you for all the tributes. They were all so wonderful. And again, it's very an honor and privilege for me to be here, to be able to walk alongside Jamal's family. I had the privilege of getting to know Jamal at Eagle Brook over the past couple of years. He was volunteering and serving at our campus like he was so many other places. What's been amazing for me is to getting to know Jamal through his friends and through his family. And one thing you may have already noticed is that a family, if you saw it when we came in, they were all wearing Nikes. Luke talked about it before, the obsession and love that Jamal had for Nikes. So to honor him, we all have them on, and on now. Not a bad look for a pastor, right? So to honor Jamal. Yes, thank you. So all the tributes, all the things that have been shared about Jamal today, they have a foundation to them. There was a spring of life that flowed from Jamal. And it came from his faith. It came from his personal relationship with Jesus Christ. Tori, you told me that every day Jamal would start his day in the shower praying to God. The first time he'd go, it said, "What are you doing?" But Jamal would pray every day in the shower, and he would end his time by writing a message to God on the steamed glass. He would pause, he would pray, and he would wipe it off. And that's how he started his day, with his Heavenly Father. Tori, you've been comforted. Boy, God is showing up in your life in a very difficult week that you've just gone through. I told Tori I like to refer to these as God signs. God is saying, I'm here. I'm here to comfort you. I'm here to guide you and your family, Tori, and to love you. Tori shared a very personal story with me. She said that on Jamal's last night at home, she came home from a very long shift herself at work and was exhausted. As she came into her home, Jamal was cooking. He hadn't cooked in years because he's a terrible cook. He had cooked the kids' favorite meal, spaghetti, and it was wonderful. The family together spent the evening on the couch watching a movie together. And Mason, or May, she fell asleep, and Jamal carried her up to her bed, tucked her in, and every one of the children in. What a loving memory for these children to remember their father the last time they saw their dad. That's a God sign. And now, Jamal's home with his loving Heavenly Father, completely whole, mind and body. He's been completely renewed because he is in the presence of Jesus. So at the beginning of the service today, I said we ask a lot of why questions, and they hardly ever get answered. And so I want you to ask a couple of questions that begin with what? First of all, what should I learn from this? Well, I believe we need to lean into family, and we need to lean into friends. This is from John 13, 34 and 35. It says, "So now I'm giving you a new commandment. Love each other just as I have loved you. You should love each other. Your love for one another will prove to the world that you are my disciples." To get through grief, to understand this incredible loss, we need to lean into each other. I love what it says in Colossians 3:12 through 15. It says, "Since God chose you to be holy people he loves, he must clothe yourselves with tender-hearted mercy, with kindness and humility and gentleness and patience. Make allowance for each other's faults and forgive anyone that offends you. Remember, the Lord forgave you, and you must forgive others. Above all else, clothe yourselves with love, which binds us together in perfect harmony. And let the peace that comes from Jesus Christ rule in your hearts. For as members of one body, you are called to live in peace and to always be thankful." So lean in, love each other, affirm each other, forgive each other. on a daily basis. Let's not wait till someone passes to tell each other how much we love them, to affirm them in our lives for the wonderful things that they've done. Lean into each other. Second question. What's God trying to show me in all this? What's God doing with my heart? Here you need to lean into God and you lean into Jesus. Tori, I want you to know how proud I am for the way that you've been leaning into God in a very difficult week. And to Janet, to you too. For how you've been showing the love of Jesus. Thank you for leaning in. I really believe that God pursues us, and he wants a personal relationship with each and every one of us. He wants to bring comfort into our lives. But remember, life it's very temporary. In 2 Corinthians 4:16 through 18, it says, that is why we never give up. Though our bodies are dying, our spirits are being renewed every day. For our present troubles are small and won't last very long. Yet they produce for us a glory that vastly outweighs them and will last forever. So we don't look at the troubles we can see now. Rather, we fix our gaze on things that cannot be seen. For the things we see now will soon be gone, but the things we cannot see will last forever. Life is temporary, like was so evident in Jamal's passing. We need to be ready. Jamal was ready. John 14, these verses. Don't let your hearts be troubled. Trust in God and trust also in me. There's more than enough room in my Father's home. If it were not so, I would have told you. I'm going to prepare a place for you. When everything is ready, I will come and get you so that you will always be with me wherever I am. And you know the way to where I am going. But then Thomas, he says, no, we don't know where you're going, Lord. We have no idea where you're going, so how do we know the way? And Jesus told them, he said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. So when we lean into Jesus, he has a gift for you. He gave his life for us. He died on the cross so that we might be forgiven of our sins. Jesus has a gift that can save your life. What's important is that all of us have a choice. You can lean into God or you can turn away. I've watched many families and people through the years that have had to deal with tragedy and very difficult things in their lives. And I've watched things go both ways. For the ones that turned away from God and did not look to Jesus, they faced more difficulties. There was more pain, there was more loss, there was more void in their lives. The ones that leaned into God, into Jesus, have experienced comfort. Their families have gotten closer. Relationships have been restored, and there's been a healing. As was read by Aunt Dee Dee earlier, Psalms 23, the Lord is my shepherd, I have all that I need. Jesus was Jamal's shepherd. Jesus was the reason Jamal was such a loving servant. Jesus was the reason he was fearless, because he knew his hope was in his shepherd, Jesus. Jamal had responded to Jesus at a young age and had followed him with his life. Jesus called Jamal's name. He calls every one of our names. I love what Jesus says in Matthew 11:28 through 30, and this is taken from the Message. And Jesus says to all of us, are you tired? Are you worn out? Burned out on religion? Come to me. Get away with me and you'll recover your life. I'll show you how to take a real rest. Walk with me. Work with me. Watch how I do it. Learn the unforced rhythms of grace. I won't lay anything heavy or ill-fitting on you. Keep company with me, and you'll learn to live freely and lightly. Jesus calls us by name. I want to give all of you an opportunity to respond to Jesus. In a difficult time like this, I believe God moves. I believe he tugs on our hearts. That little voice that you might be hearing, that's the voice of the shepherd, Jesus. He's calling each and every one of us by name. He's saying, come follow me. I will give you rest. This is your opportunity. I'd like to pause right now, to bow your heads and respond. And it's simple. It's just calling out to Jesus. It's saying, Jesus, be the leader of my life. Forgive me of my sins. I want you in my life. You're my Savior. We have one last song that we want to share with you. I want you to see this and hear this. I want you to really listen to the lyrics as a blessing. First of all, over the families. A blessing over his friends and over his neighborhood. A blessing over his fellow officers. A blessing over our communities. Minneapolis, St. Paul, the metro area. A blessing over our state and over our country.
I just want to speak the name of Jesus over every heart and every mind. 'Cause I know there is peace within your presence. I speak Jesus. I just want to speak the name of Jesus till every dark addiction starts to break, declaring there is hope and there is freedom. I speak Jesus. Your name is power. Your name is healing. Your name is life. Break every stronghold. Shine through the shadows. Burn like a fire. I just want to speak the name of Jesus over fear and all anxiety. To every soul held captive by depression, I speak Jesus. Your name is power. Your name is healing. Your name is life. Break every stronghold. Shine through the shadows. Burn like a fire. Shout Jesus from the mountains, Jesus in the streets, Jesus in the darkness over every just want to speak the name of Jesus over every heart and every mind. 'Cause I know there is peace within your presence. I speak Jesus.
Let's pray together. Dear Jesus, we thank you that in you there is life. In you there is healing. In you there is forgiveness. Lord, I thank you for how you take something that is evil and you turn it into good. Lord, I thank you for Jamal's life. I thank you for the love that he had for you, and then the love that he showed his family, his friends, his neighbors, and our communities. Lord Jesus, we're forever grateful for the gift of Jamal that you gave us. So Lord, I pray that we can leave here with your love, that we can reach out and love each other, or that we can forgive each other, and that we can experience life in you. So dear Jesus, I pray this all in your heavenly name. Amen. In a little bit here, we're going to be dismissed by Rose, but first we'll have the retrieval of the colors. Would you please rise?
Presenting arms. Order arms. Retrieve colors. Ready. Ready. Step.
We are seeing some of the images of the people that have had an impact on Officer Jamal Mitchell's life, and of course the great impact that he has had on them as you are watching live coverage of the memorial service for Minneapolis police officer Jamal Mitchell. I'm Derek James.
And I'm Maria Lizignoli. Now, the 36-year-old was responding to a report of gunfire 2 weeks ago when he was ambushed as he tended to a man on the street, and other officers shot and killed the suspect.
Today's memorial service, which just wrapped up, included stories and reflections from those who knew Officer Mitchell best. We're now getting a look outside Maple Grove Senior High School. We heard from two friends, one of them a fellow police officer who came up with Mitchell. We also heard from one of his neighbors. We'll talk more about that in a minute, but we also heard from the mayor of Minneapolis and the city's police chief. As law enforcement exits the school, as you can see here, they will get into position for the processional, but before that begins, we do know that there will also be a flyover.
That's right. Now, during the service, Police Chief Brian O'Hara said it's not how Officer Mitchell died that made him a hero. It's how he lived his life as a man. You're looking at photos here that family and friends shared during today's service. We heard stories after story about his remarkable acts on the Minneapolis Police Department, but also in his regular life. He volunteered not only as a basketball coach, but also at food pantries, read to children, and he was awarded from the Minneapolis Police Department two of the highest honors in the department, the Medal of Honor and the Purple Heart. Today, Officer Mitchell's Aunt Dee Dee, Denise Raper, spoke today. She spoke about the outpouring of support nationwide.
No matter what you've been through, Jamal's heart demonstrated, I care. It demonstrated the deep concern that no matter who you are or what difficulty you might face, I'm here to help you up.
And Aunt Dee Dee also said that, Jamal accomplished his mission of picking others up. Now, here is a more than 30-mile processional that is going to be taking place from the Maple Grove Senior High School down to the MSP Airport. They're traveling south on 494 through Plymouth, Eden Prairie, Edina, Bloomington, and then the final destination, MSP Airport. We expect to see law enforcement and members of the public on frontage roads along that route to show their support. We know, though, the weather could play a factor in how many people will be along that route. Earlier, it was pretty rainy, so we're glad to see out the windows here that things are looking nice, but we know even bad weather hasn't prevented people in the past from showing up.
Yeah, Minnesotans do show up here, exactly right. In February, hundreds of people waited in the bitter cold to pay their respects for the Burnsville first responders. Next weather meteorologist Lisa Meadows is here now. We're seeing that blue sky now, hoping that no more showers are coming in.
Not for this event, absolutely not. So looking at a fine forecast for the rest of this, but things will be changing, of course, in the weather world. So let's give you a quick update here when it comes to those next weather headlines. There is a location across eastern Minnesota, western Wisconsin. We can't rule out an isolated storm later today. That would be talking this afternoon, evening to the east of the Twin Cities area. So for the most part, rest of the day looks pretty good. Tomorrow, different story. Severe threat. We have a possible next weather alert for tomorrow. More heat in that forecast and then rain on the way. If you're making weekend plans, I would have a plan for rain. Here's what we saw earlier this morning, what we were just talking about. Rainfall estimates via radar, about 1/4 to a few tenths of an inch of rain did fall. Here's the last of it. Radar is pushing out of western Wisconsin. Clouds following suit as well, with temperatures cooler under the cloud cover. 60 in Rice Lake, up to 76 in the Twin Cities, upper 70s to the west, hitting that 80-degree point in Marshall, also in Worthington. Dew points aren't too bad. coming in the 50s, but you're going to notice it tomorrow. Our dew points climb into the 60s, muggy to very humid coming up for tomorrow. Next 12 hours looking good for most of us. Temperatures hitting just about 80, back to the 70s, 60s as we head into tonight. Do have to mention for those locations, if you do get a thunderstorm,
Thanks for joining us back here on the stream. I'm Maria Lizignoli.
And I'm Derek James.
And we're looking now at some video from earlier this morning, right before the memorial service that started about an hour ago. And you're looking at video of the horse-drawn carriage bringing his casket into the memorial. We heard so many wonderful things about the fallen officer today. I mean, he really was someone that it seemed like he could have been on the force for 10 years.
Yeah, but he
right?
made connections in the community so quickly, not only as a member of the force, but then also in the community in Maple Grove with all of the different volunteering efforts that we heard about today, whether that was coaching youth basketball or going to the food shelf, and then on the force being involved in the community, reading to kids and some of the other things that we learned that he did.
Less than 2 years there, even on his third day, saving an elderly couple from a burning home. And the chief asked him, you know, did you even know someone was in that home? He said someone might have been in that home, and he still went in and helped them out.
Yeah, he was always one that was stepping up. That was something that we heard over and over again.
All right, we know that we have more coverage today. Our Barrett Leone is outside Maple Grove Senior High School. They're now sharing more about today's service. Hey, Barrett.
Hi, Maria. Hi, Derek. Yeah, really an emotional, a somber service, but also a celebration of Officer Jamal Mitchell's life. We heard from people who knew and loved Jamal. That includes Police Chief, Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara. He was one of several speakers in this memorial service. We heard him talk about Jamal's heroism. He says that he was courageous, empathetic, and deeply committed to the mission of policing. Chief O'Hara says that Officer Mitchell represented all that is good within the Minneapolis Police Department. We've heard him say that many times, but not just the Minneapolis Police Department, policing across the nation. He answered the call to work weekends, holidays, overnights, because he wanted to make a difference and live a life of purpose. Chief O'Hara says Officer Mitchell was the go-to guy on the force to come in early, to stay late. One consistent comment O'Hara says they've been getting since this tragedy was just how fun and encouraging Officer Mitchell was with kids. During this time of mourning, hundreds have come to share stories of Jamal. O'Hara says that support has helped sustain officers during this difficult time. Here's a little bit about what he had to say.
I'm immensely grateful for the men and women who continue to show up in Minneapolis, despite the challenges that we have. Just like Jamal, choosing to serve our city, our community, post-2020, despite all of the challenges that we face. And I'm thankful to wear this uniform with them, and I know they will do everything in their power to continue to serve our residents and to honor Jamal's legacy forever. It's been difficult for a whole lot of police officers. You know, as the department has gotten smaller, small groups of people that are working very, very closely, very tightly together, that depend on one another. And it's been difficult for them. It's a small group of people who work the shift that he worked. It's a small group of people who went through the academy with him a little over a year ago. And obviously, it's deeply affected all the members who responded that day and tried to stop an active shooter. They tried to save his life, as well as the life of members of our community. And they have all done an incredibly honorable and heroic job, and I'm thankful for them. But they are in mourning.
Now, in his death, the Minneapolis Police Department has awarded fallen Officer Jamal Mitchell two of the highest honors that they can give in the police department. That's the Medal of Honor and the Purple Heart. Now, one last comment that really stuck with me that Officer O'Hara said was it's not how Jamal died, but how that makes him a hero. It's how he lived his life.
Okay, Barrett. I know you're in the front of the school there, the main entrance. The side entrance where his body, Jamal Mitchell's body, was brought in is to the side of the building. We want to take a live look outside the high school right now as they're getting ready for the procession there. We want to show you that live picture if we do have it right now, because I know there are two entrances. There's that main entrance where Barrett is stationed right now, and then the side entrance, which is a parking lot that students can enter in. It goes into the cafeteria and the gym where the service was held here today. I don't know if we have that picture right now, but we know that there will be honors outside, before everyone then loads up for that processional, and that's why we have these closings this afternoon on roads like 494 and 62 from approximately 2 to 4 o'clock here this afternoon.
And we know it might take a while for everyone to exit that school. The capacity there for the memorial.
Okay, there it is. This is the side of the school here.
Okay, 5,000 people was capacity there at the high school for this memorial. And we can see now people lining up as they begin to assemble for the processional. But there will be a flyover, we're told.
Yeah, so the honors will continue here outside, and the reason obviously they're using this area is because it's a much larger, more expansive space than the front of the school where a lot of people were entering. This obviously allows everyone to be together in one space in this large bus parking lot that they have to the side of the school, which is next to some of the ball fields there, if you're familiar with the property there at Maple Grove High School. And then obviously it'll take, as you mentioned, some time for that procession to begin. You know, we heard a lot today about, you know, the hero, Jamal Mitchell. We also heard about the dad, Jamal Mitchell, the fiance, Jamal Mitchell. You know, and obviously right now all thoughts are with his family, his fiance Tori, his kids Jalen, Cohen, Caden, and Madison, his parents who are here today, Janet and Dennis, and other family members, and then obviously the officers of the Minneapolis Police Department, especially Luke Weatherspoon, who we heard speak today about just how close coming up together in the force the two of them were. And it looks like our cameras are starting to get in position now, and we're also getting a closer glimpse from this view as officers not only from Minneapolis Police Department but from so many other surrounding departments, and we're also hearing from out of state are here today to make sure that this honor gets this officer gets the proper send-off that he deserves.
And we know other departments around the state, such as the Minnetonka Police Department, they are filling in the gaps where officers are here attending the service.
Metro Transit, Rogers, several police departments started last night making sure that coverage continues. So as many law enforcement from Minneapolis Police Department could make it there while still being able to take calls, do patrols, answer any 911 calls here last night and today.
That's right. And you mentioned, you know, Officer Jamal Mitchell as a dad, and one touching story that the pastor shared from his fiance Tori is that the very last night that she and her kids saw him, he was making dinner. He made spaghetti.
Not a great cook, it was mentioned.
Not a great cook, she said. But they watched a movie, and their little daughter Mason fell asleep, and Jamal carried her upstairs, tucked her into bed, and he said that was just such a beautiful moment that they had. And I mean, yeah, it kind of got me choked up because I can't imagine what it is like for that family to be there right now, and seeing all of the love and support and the hundreds and hundreds of people that are there outside live at the high school right now.
And it might be no coincidence that once we got closer and closer to this service, that the sky opened up, that we started to see blue sky returning, the sunshine returning here this afternoon, not only there in Maple Grove, but along the entire processional route that we'll be covering here this afternoon as you're watching this live coverage here on CBS News Minnesota. Obviously, they want to get everyone in place. There is a lot of detail and a lot of timing that goes into this, especially with the flyover and then the processional that we will have here this afternoon. The Law Enforcement Memorial Association heavily involved, doing a lot of the heavy lifting to prepare for this memorial service today and everything that will follow.
We know that organizations created and bundled thousands of blue roses that were dyed blue in honor of Officer Mitchell, and you can see people along the route with their American flags and all there to pay, you know, homage and honor to Officer Mitchell.
Before we get that flyover, and we'll take you there as soon as we see that they're going, we wanted to mention that in memorial remarks this afternoon, one of Mitchell's fellow police officers shared their admiration for his bravery, as did Mayor Jacob Fry and Police Chief Brian O'Hara. Our Reg Chapman has been watching along in the newsroom with us and has more on the respects paid to an incredible beloved colleague and friend to the community. Reg?
Thank you. And yes, Derek, Officer Jamal Mitchell made a positive impression on many of the people he worked with. He was a positive force in the community and a positive influence on his partners in law enforcement. He was even a positive force on some of the people he arrested, as Police Chief Brian O'Hara noted. But he was particularly impactful on the lives of his fellow officers. They remembered both the trauma of his killing that day and also the good times they had together. Officer Jamal Mitchell was admired for the impact he had, not just in policing, but throughout the larger community. Okay, he did talk about just how impactful Jamal was to all the fellow officers, as well as just how he was able to just be so kind and giving to all. The friends of his also talked about how he just really loved on his neighbors, how they loved to see him in his yard playing with his kids, and as they would ride by, he would give them a hello, and now his kids are doing the same thing. I was fortunate enough to talk to Jamal's parents before they came to town today, and talking to them, they say that his faith is what they are most proud of, that it was the way he walked, the way he talked, and how he became a police officer. One thing to note, that his body's been taken back to New Haven, Connecticut, where he is originally from, and his mother said that it's her grandmother, his great-grandmother, who is still alive. She's 101 years old. There's a street outside of the church that they belong to that is named after her. It was her faith that kind of solidified the faith of everybody in the family, and this is what Jamal always lived by, that he wanted to treat people with dignity and respect, that he spent his life trying to make others better. That's why he came to Minneapolis. He saw what was happening in our city, and he wanted to be a part of the solution. He really did. And in closing remarks by the pastor, Mike Emmert there, he noted Jamal's strong faith, too, and comforted the crowd with the words, "Life is temporary, and don't let your hearts be troubled." And people we talked to before say that Jamal would not want us to be sad. He would not want us to really cry a lot, but as I say, crying and laughter are the same things when you're mourning, but he would want people to be happy for the legacy he leaves behind, and they want to make sure that they continue that legacy by being kind to people. One thing his fellow officers said, and he challenged all officers on the Minneapolis Police Department to do, was to make sure they get out of their squad car and to engage with people in the community, because that's what he did. He loved talking to people, he loved helping be a problem solver, and he wants his fellow officers to do the same thing. Make sure they get out the car and make sure they interact with members of the community, just as Jamal Mitchell would want them to do.
Reg, I want to ask you, it was just 104 days ago that we were here covering the Burnsville officers killed in the line of duty, along with a paramedic firefighter. And I remember, you being outside in the cold, and there were all these people that were there to honor their lives. How difficult has this been in talking to officers, losing another one of their brothers again in such a short period of time?
They're in shock, Derek. They can't believe that this many officers continue to fall in the line of duty, doing their jobs, protecting and serving. They know at any time when they're in that squad car, when they get out that squad car, their lives are on the line. But evidently, it's being seen all the time now. 11 police officers, in the past 14 months in this area have fallen in the line of duty, and this impacts every officer who puts on that uniform and who gets in a squad car to patrol our community. Many of the officers I speak to, they go to several restaurants around here, Nicollet Mall, in Loring Park, and they walk around almost in a daze. Just a simple thank you goes a long way for these officers, because they're in disbelief, but they continue every day to come to work, put on the uniform, and serve and protect our communities. So what we can do to help them get through this is to make sure that we thank them, make sure we let them know that we appreciate the fact that they get up every day with the same thought in mind, that this is their job, this is what they want to do, what they live to do, and we need to be thankful for that. These officers are heroes, are true heroes in our community, because they get up every day knowing it could be their last day patrolling our communities, Derek.
Yeah, and it doesn't just have to be at the 5th Precinct, where we've seen so many people say thank you and share those memories. You can do that if you're watching anywhere, anytime you come into an interaction with an officer. Thank you, Reg. Well, there were so many powerful stories shared about Officer Mitchell's legacy and how he will continue to impact the community, the passion he had for his family, the force, his friends.
Oh my gosh, his friends. We heard from his friend, Officer Luke Weatherspoon, and here's what he said today as a reflection of his friend, Officer Mitchell.
You're lucky enough to call Jamal your friend. You could count on him amping you up, celebrating your accomplishments and successes. If you were lucky enough to have Jamal as your friend, he would call you when he was grabbing food, see if you wanted him to pick you up something. He was always so thoughtful. Jamal would call me and he would tell me, I checked your work schedule for XYZ day. I noticed that none of your squad partners are working. Coincidentally, none of my squad partners are working either. So why don't you come in early and we're going to be partners that day. I wish I would have done that more.
Oh, Officer Weatherspoon there. You're looking live again now outside of Maple Grove Senior High School as officers are lined up awaiting the processional to start shortly here. We believe it'll start within the next, I would say, 15 minutes.
Yeah, and that's going to take some time. You know, they're expecting that the processional, the road closures surrounding it are from 2 to 4, so that gives you an idea. Because, you know, we're covering more than 30 miles with this processional, and obviously it takes a lot of time to get everyone organized. I don't believe we've had the flyover yet, so that's what everyone is waiting for at this point. And we've also noticed from some of our cameras that are positioned in Maple Grove that a lot of community members who maybe didn't go into the service are lining the streets. They want to be among the first to show their support. Here's one of those views right now. You can see the American flags. You've got young and old there sitting, waiting to show you know, their respects for Officer Mitchell's sacrifice and to show his family, very importantly, that they will never be alone. And that, you know, this is important that the community wraps their arms around them. Obviously, he, you know, served for Minneapolis, but was also very involved in the church community, in the nonprofit and volunteer community in Maple Grove in such a short time. And everyone obviously wants to come out to honor him and his family.
In less than 2 years, Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara said, you know, he represented all that is good in the Minneapolis Police Department. It is reflected here by the outpouring of support at this processional that's going to get underway. Look, it's emptied out now.
Here comes the casket.
That's right.
So the casket is being brought outside of the gymnasium there at Maple Grove High School. And there is that side entrance where you see everybody that was lined up a moment ago. So just exiting the gym now at the high school. Now we're back outside as you see all of those members of law enforcement, local, regional, state, and out of state who wanted to make sure that they were here today. And, you know, Reg talked about how difficult it has been for law enforcement everywhere with the number of officers who have been killed in the line of duty. At last check, when I looked at the Officer Down Memorial page this morning, 65 officers have died in the line of duty so far this year. You heard Reg mention 11 in our region over the last, I believe, 14 months, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And just 104 days since we were at a memorial service for the 2 Burnsville police officers, Paul Elmstrand and Matthew Ruge, and SWAT paramedic Adam Finseth, after they too were shot and killed in the line of duty. And I thought that was so interesting today when we heard from Chris Dunker, friend and neighbor of Jamal Mitchell. He was someone who, not directly connected to law enforcement, but had attended that service, you know, just a little more than 3 months ago for the Burnsville officers, and it made him want to volunteer and get involved. He got involved with a nonprofit benefiting firefighters.
That's right. Yeah, the nonprofit is the Firefighters for Healing, and he's a volunteer board chair. As you can see, people are beginning their salute. I'm assuming the casket has just been revealed outside.
You can see so many of the officers at their side holding those blue roses in their hand.
Yes.
Which carry his badge number, 4891.
And his neighbor and friend, Chris Dunker, said, he was just at this memorial for the fallen officers and firefighter in Burnsville, and he never could have imagined that he would be attending one for his very own friend. And that's just heartbreaking to hear, as so many people are also, I'm sure, thinking that very same thing.
Well, and a quote that we heard from Officer Luke Weatherspoon, who, he really considered Jamal Mitchell a brother. He said, God needed a hero, and he called on Mitch. And he talked about his engagement with the community and how he attempted to make this corner of the earth a much better place. And he did that in so many ways, not only with his service and dedication. As we see now, the casket is being brought out.
Yeah, Officer Weatherspoon, even on the day of Officer Jamal Mitchell's death, when Officer Weatherspoon heard that there was an officer down, Jamal was the first person he called. And obviously that call went unanswered. And we know that, Jamal Mitchell was so proud of being an officer. His friend Luke said, on his personal voicemail, it answered with, "This is Officer Mitchell." And it just goes to show how much pride he took in the oath that he made to his community.
And to piggyback off of that, a point that Police Chief O'Hara has made in interviews and today is that Jamal Mitchell chose to come to Minneapolis and work specifically for MPD from the East Coast after the death of George Floyd. He told friends that he was committed to making the department better, to making sure that the Minneapolis Police Department is among the best in the country.
Even, Mayor Fry pointed that out today. He said it is notable that he came and wanted to be a police officer after 2020. He came and wanted to be a police officer in Minneapolis. He chose it. He chose to be here to make sure that this community was protected in the way that it needed to be. And we're still looking live now outside of the Maple Grove High School as the flag is being folded above the casket.
You see the officers saluting. You see other folks with hands over their hearts.
You hear the gunshots from the salutes.
I know it was faint, but that was taps you could hear playing in the background.
Amazing Grace, I believe, playing right now. It is something to see the clouds rolling over such an impactful moment here as they fold the flag.
Appears to be Chief O'Hara having a moment with the family.
Bending over and talking to the children. After handing them that folded flag. Oh, the chief is just rubbing the child's back. I'm not sure which of the 4 children that is, but it's really touching. What we're hearing is the end of watch call.
End of watch on Thursday, May 30th, 2024. The Minneapolis Police Department thanks you for your dedication and service.
The end of watch call is broadcast over all the police radios, signaling Officer Jamal Mitchell's end of service.
And you heard, I know it's faint, we're doing the best we can with the audio that we get, but his end of watch of Thursday, May 30th, 2024.
You can hear the planes overhead.
All right, that was the flyover that just took place here outside of Maple Grove High School.
Yeah, you could hear it in the background and see people's eyes move as they watched it fly over. Now after this, the processional will start to begin, we're told.
And obviously that will take a little bit of time as well. They have scheduled a lot of the road closures, because this is primarily impacting 494 and 62, but they'll have closures from about 2 until 4 o'clock here this afternoon for the processional. We can see this other view right now of not only the American flags, but obviously other flags representing not only the state, but our law enforcement as well. A lot of people from the community obviously have made their way out today, as well as we see some of the other family and friends now getting ready to enter their vehicles. The casket being placed into the hearse right now in the center of your screen.
And the body of Officer Jamal Mitchell will make its way to the MSP airport, where it will go to New Haven, Connecticut, which is where he is originally from. And we know that he will be having another funeral service there sometime next week.
Yeah, Monday the 17th, I believe, is the date for that. I don't know that we've heard of any stream plans for that, but there may be those that are watching this now that are thinking, okay, I might want to see that service as well in Connecticut. And obviously, there will be representatives from law enforcement there awaiting his body when that plane lands. We're told at about 4:30 Central Time here this afternoon, and then you know, obviously give or take some time, because obviously these things, as we saw, tend to run a little bit longer than scheduled because of how many people are involved and the detail that goes into a memorial service like this one.
The detail, I mean, that also was shown and reflected in the speeches told about Officer Jamal Mitchell today. I mean, he was so dedicated and detailed. His friend and fellow police officer Luke Weatherspoon said that Officer Mitchell would follow up with families of victims of crimes just to make sure they're doing okay and that they feel safe. The level of detail he put into his work was extraordinary, his friends said.
I found that information about what will happen once his body gets to New Haven. The New Haven Police Department will be sending members of their honor guard and motor units to the airport there to receive Officer Mitchell's body and then take him to a funeral home in New Haven. The services, yes, are Monday the 17th in New Haven. They will be having viewing hours followed by the service. He'll be then buried at the Evergreen Cemetery in the city. And you can just see this sea of law enforcement officers from locally here, regionally, from the state, and even out of state, who made sure that they were here today to support the family of Jamal Mitchell. I believe Barrett Leone told us that there was a group that came from Charleston, South Carolina, even.
Ah, yes. I mean, the family of law enforcement officers is felt not only within their own district, but throughout the nation. And so when one officer falls, it is felt, you know, everywhere. As many said today, officers get up every morning knowing it could be their last day of serving, and they do it anyway.
Yep.
They get up to serve and keep people safe.
And it's sad because, you know, when we hear the stories of every one of these officers who die in the line of duty, the promising life they had before them, the careers that are cut short for these heroes, and what could have been. But again, as you pointed out, it's a job that not everyone is willing to do, but many of these men and women are willing to do it because it is such a need.
And hearing from his friends and even his neighbor today really helped kind of shape who Officer Mitchell was, not only as a server, but as a neighbor who said, you know, hey man, and called him, what did he call him?
Hey Dunk.
Hey Dunk. Hey Dunk.
Because his name is Chris Dunker, if you weren't with us earlier.
Yeah, his neighbor's name's Chris Dunker. He spoke at the service, and you know, Jamal always would be out in the yard playing with his kids. Every time he'd see Chris Dunker driving by, he'd say, hey, Dunk. And then soon his kids started saying, hi, Dunk. He doesn't think they know his real name. Just call him Dunk.
It was a beautiful and funny moment at the end of Chris Dunker's remarks when he said, as I begin and end my day, I'll be thinking of you and that big, bright Colgate smile. And he was holding up a carton of the toothpaste.
A tube of Colgate toothpaste. Oh, it just shows how much people were impacted.
We're now seeing this dispersal outside Maple Grove Senior High School. And there are folks already lined up along Fernbrook Lane, which is right where the high school is. If you're familiar with the area, you've got the high school on one side of the street and then the football stadium on the opposite side. You can kind of see it there in the background.
Another thing that his friend Chris Dunker said was a quote from Maya Angelou, and you know, quote, people will never forget what you said, people will or people will forget what you said, they will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. I love that quote. But he said, you know, there's always an exception, and Jamal was an exception to that rule, because we will remember what Jamal did. We will remember what he said, and we will remember how he made us feel. And I just thought that was beautiful.
And I think that's why he was able to make such a huge impact in a short amount of time. You know, there were multiple references to the energy, the charisma that he had, the way that he went out and tried to meet as many people and foster relationships right out of the gate, which is something I don't know that a lot of people would do. Just
going into grocery stores, saying hello to people, restaurants, exactly. He was able to foster such a family and relationships with his own community, which was really beautiful. We heard a lot of great stuff today. We heard a really impassioned speech from Brian O'Hara, the police chief, who not only reflected on Officer Jamal Mitchell's bravery, but the sacrifices he and all the other officers make day to day.
Public safety is a responsibility that all members of society have a role to play in and share. Everyone in the criminal justice system has a job to do, and in order for that system to do, everyone must do their job and do their part. But everyone in the community as well has a responsibility to achieve public safety. And in Minneapolis, police and community are a whole lot closer than a lot of people would have you want to believe. But the policing profession itself is different from other jobs. People like Jamal agree to show up on behalf of others. They agree to go work nights, go work weekends when so many people expect to work from home. People like Jamal agree to go miss holidays, miss their children's birthdays, to go and answer the call and try and keep innocent people safe. While it's true that people like Jamal are exceptional, Jamal was not the exception in this profession. He represents the vast majority of police, the vast majority of men and women who live a life of purpose in this very noble job. But when something like this happens, we often hear people say, and I've been asked myself, why is it that we seem to lose the good ones? It never seems to occur to folks that perhaps the vast majority of folks in this profession are deeply good.
And as we look back outside of the memorial at Maple Grove High School, as folks are dispersing, as we get ready for the processional, in Chief O'Hara's words, it was, I think, just after that, that he also made mention, I think this was important, of the closeness of not only officers of MPD and regional law enforcement, but the connections and the closeness to the community, and that Jamal Mitchell was beloved in the community where he policed, and that was obviously evident by not only the stories, but the number of people that came by and wrote a note or talked to the folks at his squad in the 5th Precinct over the last week, that there were people that also came back day after day after day. He mentioned some coming to pray there.
He said, you know, hundreds of people at all hours of the day coming to that memorial, decorating his squad car with notes and pictures. His daughter Mason even
left a drawing.
A drawing there at the memorial. And yeah, he said many people came, some not speaking any English, and the only word that you could hear in English was his name, Jamal.
As we get ready for the processional, we want to show you the 40-mile route that the motorcade will be taking on. As we mentioned, it is going to travel from Maple Grove to the airport, primarily along 494 and Highway 62. Here's that map, as you can see. So obviously they are going to head out on the Fairbrook Lane, which is where the school is, then Maple Grove Parkway. They'll take 93rd Avenue North over to 94 and then 494 before we're going to see some disbursement at 62, as we'll then see the procession smaller heading over to MSP Airport. And today's memorial was not only a chance to honor and celebrate Officer Jamal Mitchell's service, but all police officers and first responders.
Today's service was led by Pastor Mike Emmert, whose opening comments gave us all something to reflect on.
There's a lot of emotions happening today, I'm sure. How I love that God has created us. He's created tears and laughter very close when you're grieving. So today, it's good to cry. And today it's good to laugh and to have some joy because of the joy that Jamal brought to all of us. So you should be crying and laughing today. There's all kinds of other emotions too, and I know there's heavy hearts. Probably so many questions, and I'm sure that most of those questions are why questions. Like, why did this have to happen? Why would God allow this? Well, I believe you're all here for a reason. I believe that God brought us here today and has something for each and every one of us. I know God has brought me here for a reason. So today we're going to come and celebrate the life of Jamal, a loving partner, a father, a son, a brother, a great friend, and a fellow police officer, and a servant of our community.
We want to thank everyone, the mayor of this great city, Chief of Police O'Hara, Assistant Chief Katie Blackwell, Jamal's partners, supporting community, pastors. On behalf of the family, we thank thee. We want to give special thanks to Commissioner Ronell Higgins, Department of Emergency Services and Protective Services of Connecticut. We thank thee. Every act, every card, every note, every story made us smile and cry. Collectively, we, the Mitchell, the Raper, the Edwards, and Mizalek family want to thank you for your overwhelming love, your outpour of strength, the bottle of water, the cup of coffee, the donut. Wherever we needed to go, we are grateful to you for the love during this difficult time.
That was Denise Raper, Officer Mitchell's aunt, better known as Aunt Dee Dee. She obviously talked about how he served with purpose, and that was his mission, and mission accomplished when she said that. You know, the applause that she got after that, and just talking about how she's gained a new family in the toughest of times.
She quoted a group called the Jackson Southerners. It's a quartet group, and they have this lyric that says, "Only time you look down on a man, you are picking them up." The only time you look down on a man, you are picking them up. And she says Jamal demonstrated this in his life and in his work. And as you said, she said,
it's his mission to pick people up, right?
Exactly, and he did it. Mission accomplished.
Yeah, we want to go back live outside Maple Grove High School right now as we are getting ready for the procession. Just give you a look as folks are still getting ready right now. Obviously, a lot of them are gathering with their law enforcement officers right in front and center here in this shot, the City of Hopkins officers who are here today as well.
And that big crowd is dispersing. It is going to take a little bit of time.
And we're seeing some of the shuttle buses already moving folks back and forth. That's one of the Maple Grove shuttles there.
Because remember, there wasn't parking available here at the high school, so they had to shuttle people from about 2 miles over if they did want to attend this memorial. Now they're going back to their cars where they may continue on with the processional as well.
And obviously a lot of folks have already lined the streets directly outside Maple Grove High School. They want to be there as the procession begins to make its way. There's a Fargo police vehicle,
wow.
just speaking to how far and wide the law enforcement support has been coming from.
Oh, it's a hard day when you do see all of these officers together, though. Even though it is amazing to see how much support, it's hard. You wish that you didn't have to.
And to be doing it again this year for so many here in the state of Minnesota.
Well, Officer Mitchell leaves behind a fiance and 4 children, and we have some photos that we want to share with you now. Photos of family vacation that take on a whole new meaning. There he is.
He does have perfect teeth. Let's just say it. But obviously, his longtime partner and fiance Tori, who you see right there, the kids Cohen, Jalen, Caden, and Mason. I'm sure we'll see some photos with his parents, Janet and Dennis, and other family members and friends.
His fiance said he wasn't much of a cook, but he was cooking that last night with his kids. We're still live outside of the Maple Grove Senior High School, and we have our Barrett Leone there now. She witnessed the service today and is now there as people are getting ready for that procession. Barrett, what more can you share with us?
Yeah, more and more people are filing out of the high school. All of these cars you see in this parking lot behind me, majority of them are squad vehicles that will be joining the processional. So we've got a lot of people that are needing to make their way out of the parking lot here to join in on that massive show of support, that massive processional for fallen officer Jamal Mitchell. Now, we heard from many people who knew and loved Jamal in this service this morning. Several close friends, as well as Chief Brian O'Hara. O'Hara spoke about Jamal's courageousness, his empathetic nature, and how he was deeply committed to the Minneapolis Police Department and the noble profession of policing here and across the country. We also heard from Mayor Jacob Fry and a fellow police officer just about his dedication specifically to the city of Minneapolis.
He was a hero. He loved. And looking around this room today, what is exceedingly clear is that we all loved him right back. It's notable that he chose the profession of policing post-2020. It's even more notable that he affirmatively chose Minneapolis. Of all the places in the world, of all the professions in the world, of all the cities in the world, he chose us. Officer Jamal Mitchell was here for a reason. On just his 3rd day as a Minneapolis Police Department officer, he ran into a burning building to save an elderly couple, putting his own life at risk. He was here for a reason. Officer Jamal Mitchell loved his community so much he spent his time being part of it. I'm struck by how many people share lasting memories of their interactions with Officer Mitchell. From local restaurant owners that remember his smile and his kindness, to even people he once arrested who noted that the positive interaction that they had with him changed their lives.
In a post-2020 world, against the advice of countless mentors, he decided to embrace the challenge. He did this not because it was easy, but because it was difficult. Minneapolis needed not just another officer, but someone like Jamal. Someone who cared deeply about establishing genuine bonds with the community. A man who truly wanted to make a genuine difference in this corner of the world. Someone who got out of the squad car, walked into restaurants, shops, and businesses, sometimes just to talk. Jamal made friends throughout the entire city doing just that.
That was a fellow officer of Jamal Mitchell's and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey talking about how Jamal didn't need to work in Minneapolis, but he chose to. We've got several squad cars, dozens of squad cars out here behind me. They're all lined up, getting ready to line up and enter into that processional. Law enforcement from just everywhere, all around every corner of the state, even from out of the state. I know I mentioned earlier we had law enforcement members from Charleston, South Carolina. So lots of people. You can see Mayor Jacob Frey walking down there as well. We've seen dignitaries come pay their respects at this service, including Mayor Frey, Governor Tim Walz. Also saw St. Paul Mayor Melvin Carter, city council members. Lots of folks out here this morning just honoring, mourning the loss of Jamal Mitchell and paying their respects.
Yeah, Barrett, thank you so much. I truly can't imagine what it must have felt like going into that giant room there in Maple Grove High School and seeing everyone else who was there for the same reason of paying respects to Officer Mitchell. Yeah, obviously, even watching it, I think that there's obviously moments where you get chills in the course of it, and when there's absolute silence at various moments in the memorial. And obviously, you know, we're going to see the same thing with the community now outlining some of the streets, not only there in Maple Grove, but we expect at some other points along 94, 494, and 62 that we will see other law enforcement and folks from the community coming out to pay their respects as well. I just spoke with Caroline Cummings, who's out along the processional route. She just got an interview with a man who was there in the memorial, and she will be bringing us a live look at the processional when that happens. But she did say it was an emotional interview, as I can imagine. Well, and for those who are directly involved, whether they're the ones that are helping with the planning or the execution of pulling off such a beautiful tribute, it's got to be such difficult emotional work, because obviously you want it to be as good as possible so that this hero gets the type of send-off that he really deserves. And I think it's worth pointing out that everyone that's been involved obviously cared so much, because they did a fantastic job of letting people know who Officer Mitchell was, how much he loved his family, how much he loved the force, his friends, and how he really found himself ingrained in the community so quickly. Some parts that I also loved that showed his personality was the fact that the pastor pointed out that all of his children were, you could see it here, they were all wearing Nikes at the funeral, and then, you know, the pastor showed his Nikes and said that Jamal just was a lover of Nike shoes, and they all decided really to do that, to honor him in that moment. As we're seeing more of the photos that were shared by the Mitchell family, now a live look as we are still preparing. This is the main exit out of Maple Grove High School, so this is where we will first see that processional as it makes its way out. Seeing a couple of other vehicles that may be getting cleared out of the area ahead of that right now, as this processional will leave Fernbrook Lane here in Maple Grove, make its way over to 93rd, then 94, 494, and so on as we go through the afternoon. And of course, we'll continue to follow this here on CBS News Minnesota throughout the afternoon for you. We also have that growing memorial that is still outside the 5th Precinct building, which is just off Nicollet Avenue and West 31st in Minneapolis. There you can see people have been leaving flowers and notes of gratitude. There's someone writing their note right there. The prayers that we've seen, the thanks that they've given on his squad car. We've also seen fellow members of law enforcement and their family members stopping by in a show of respect and solidarity, and you can read some of those messages for yourself there. Mariel Mose spoke with people leaving notes of gratitude yesterday.
Young girls who live in the neighborhood around the 5th Police Precinct came by to pay their respects to Officer Jamal Mitchell, writing him a note and placing it on his squad car with dozens of other messages, showing how much Officer Mitchell meant to this community. Like this one, saying this officer saved my dad from a robbery.
It's very overwhelming, especially the messages from the kids.
Christy Janigo stopped by the squad memorial for the first time. She's a Maple Grove resident, just like Officer Mitchell was.
And I've always been kind of afraid of losing a member of our law enforcement agency, but to me, losing a neighbor is just as bad.
Christy, like many others, will be at the memorial service at Maple Grove High School. Cardell Floral was busy putting together the display for the service on Monday afternoon.
We created red, white, and blue, represents his service.
This crystal florist never wants to have to put together floral displays for this reason, but to them, it's an honor.
It means a lot that they entrust us to do a beautiful job for them.
Just hoping they can play a small part in helping loved ones of Officer Mitchell find peace.
When it's so hard, when you're grieving, it's the softness or maybe the bit of color or the fragrance that helps.
In Minneapolis, Marielle Mose, WCCO News.
Many community groups have stepped up to offer support to Officer Mitchell's family.
And that includes Minnesota 100 Club. The group's goal is to quickly provide support to families of first responders who die in the line of duty. And the group has already approved its maximum benefit of $50,000 to the family of Officer Jamal Mitchell. You can donate directly through Minnesota 100's website or through buying a specialty license plate supporting law enforcement. The club's executive says it will ensure that no first responder's family is left behind.
The job is getting more dangerous, and we need to be prepared so that we can be there for the next family who needs us. Because sadly, what we all know is that there will be a next family. And we want to be just as responsive to that family as we are to the Mitchell family.
Another way to financially support the family is through the Law Enforcement Labor Services Benevolent Fund. That is lels.org/benevolent-fund.
Officer Jamal Mitchell was memorialized this afternoon by his family, his friends, as well as fellow police officers and Police Chief Brian O'Hara and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry. Our Reg Chapman in the newsroom now with more on the impact Officer Jamal Mitchell made on the community of policing and, Reg, the broader community at large.
Having a little
we're going to get your mic here.
Here we go. This is the memorial from earlier this afternoon. That was his friend there, Officer Luke Weatherspoon, who spoke very highly about his brother-in-law, law enforcement.
I guess we have Reg back. Reg, let's send it back to you to get some of your additional thoughts on what we heard this afternoon.
All right, thank you, Derek. Officer Jamal Mitchell was a positive force that uplifted the community of policing. You can hear it in the powerful emotion shared by his fellow officers.
In a post-2020 world, against the advice of countless mentors, he decided to embrace the challenge. He did this not because it was easy, but because it was difficult. Minneapolis needed not just another officer, but someone like Jamal. Someone who cared deeply about establishing genuine bonds with the community. A man who truly wanted to make a genuine difference in this corner of the world. Someone who got out of the squad car, walked into restaurants, shops, and businesses, sometimes just to talk. Jamal made friends throughout the entire city doing just that. Jamal always had your back. He was always someone you could count on. If you were lucky enough to call Jamal your friend, you could count on him amping you up, celebrating your accomplishments and successes. If you were lucky enough to have Jamal as your friend, he would call you when he was grabbing food, see if you wanted him to pick you up something. He was always so thoughtful. Jamal would call me and he would tell me, I checked your work schedule for XYZ day. I noticed that none of your squad partners are working. Coincidentally, none of my squad partners are working either. So why don't you come in early and we're going to be partners that day. I wish I would have done that more.
Now, many of Jamal Mitchell's fellow officers not only admired him, but were struck by his humor and how he radiated positively.
But know this, at least twice a day, every day, as I begin and end my day, I will be thinking of you and that big, bright Colgate smile.
In addition to his friends and fellow officers, Police Chief Brian O'Hara noted that Officer Mitchell was truly exceptional in his positive interactions with the community. He made a point to say that the state of policing in Minneapolis is different, that all Minneapolis police officers work towards a positive impact across the community, and that Officer Jamal Mitchell was exceptional, but that he was not the exception. Chief O'Hara strongly stated that all officers should be honored by the sacrifices they make to keep the community safe.
Words have meaning. And when we paint every police officer with such a broad brush, we become more and more narrow-minded, more ignorant, as if we were to paint any other diverse group of human beings in that way. Over the past few years, people like Jamal, post-2020, have chosen to come to us. Our members that have been here decades, 20 and 30 plus years, have chosen to remain with us, despite so often being maligned by people who do not know them, do not know their families, or do not know what they actually do on behalf of others in our community. The enormously tragic death of police officer Jamal Mitchell should serve as a reminder of the immense power and even larger consequences that words and our way of thinking might have. As we've all seen in the last week, Jamal was an exceptional human being, but we in this profession know he was not the exception.
The Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey also noted the need for policing in the community and the impact that Officer Mitchell had as a force for good. His remarks were followed by a powerful salute from Mitchell's friend and fellow officer in saying goodbye.
So deeply committed to our city of Minneapolis. And on May 30th, he gave his life while serving it, demonstrating unmatched bravery, courage, dedication, and service. He was the epitome of a public servant and a courageous police officer, and we were so lucky to have him. To our Minneapolis police officers, thank you. And I am so sorry for your loss. Yours is an honorable profession and an incredible police department. It's impossible to express our debt of gratitude that we owe each of you for continuing to risk your own lives to keep us safe.
Is to spend quality time with his amazing family, to show them how much we appreciate the sacrifice that Mitch made. Mitch had a true passion for the community, and we as a department must continue the legacy that he designed naturally. We have some pretty big shoes to fill. I'm calling on every officer in this building to think about Jamal the next time that you get in that squad car. And remember that he would have wanted you to get out that car and engage with your communities. Mitch, we appreciate what you did, and this is not the end of your story. Officer Jamal Mitchell, badge number 4819, the hero that the city of Minneapolis needed. Outstanding job, sir, until we meet again.
Officer Mitchell's commitment to serving communities is remembered by all who knew him. Some he even arrested say that what he did, he saved their lives. His willingness to smile, listen, and make people feel heard are stories being shared today. Officer Mitchell was not just a role model to many in the community, but his older brother, Mark, had said Jamal may have been his younger brother, but he was his role model, his hero. His legacy lives on in the hearts and minds of all who had the pleasure of knowing him, a legacy of giving, caring, and service to all humanity. Officer Jamal Mitchell will have a lasting impact on policing in the city of Minneapolis, the state of Minnesota, and the nation. Derek.
All right, thank you so much, Reg. We want to show you live now as the processional is beginning here in Maple Grove, about to leave Maple Grove High School, and look at folks have packed the streets. This is just a block or two away from Maple Grove High School as they have lined the streets, and now we have our sky pictures here as the processional is leaving Maple Grove High School.
We have Caroline Cummings along that route, and she has been talking to people along the way. She says people are holding signs and people are holding flags, all waiting to just view the hearse with the body of Officer Jamal Mitchell.
Huge American flag there on the corner
Wow.
being held by two people, as you can see there. From this view, some folks there on the left, on the other side of the street, and you're going to see them lined up in numerous places. As we're widening this view, you can point out all those people that are to the right of the procession right now as it leaves. Maple Grove High School is going to be making its way to the interstate here shortly after a couple of other short turns. We know it'll get on 94, then 494 heading in a southbound direction. That's why the closures along that route here this afternoon between 2 and 4 o'clock before getting over to Highway 62. So that's the route as it'll make its way to the airport. And obviously now we're starting to see a lot of the local cruisers that are now following and getting those waves as they exit the parking lot there at Maple Grove High School.
And it is around 80 degrees outside, so we see those officers handing out bottled waters to people. Oh, the people waving, celebrating the life of Officer Jamal Mitchell.
And also, you know, fighting back against some narratives that are out there that police officers are bad, and showing that they know that obviously there are so many good, dedicated men and women in law enforcement that are here to serve and protect us and be, you know, entrenched in our communities like Jamal Mitchell was every single day.
Chief O'Hara even saying today, you know, we must stop painting the procession of policing with such a wide brush. It just narrows our mind when it comes to, you know, what policing actually is. And he said Jamal Mitchell just represented all that is good in the Minneapolis Police Department, and obviously that is reflected here with so many people lining up. You can see them there on the overpass just waiting to view the police officers and the cars coming in that processional.
Yeah, this is right over here by 94, so you're going to obviously see them getting onto, it's 93rd Avenue and then 94 that they're going to get on before getting on to 494 here. So this is in Maple Grove proper. If you kind of know this area, this is not far from the Walmart there in Maple Grove and some of the other stores and grocery stores that are in the area. But look at all of these folks that have lined the overpass here. This is obviously incredible to see, and you know it means so much to the family because, you know, we heard from Aunt Dee Dee how much it has meant to her to have this new family in Minnesota, and I can only imagine the emotion that the family is going through right now with what they are seeing on the side of the streets here.
It's reminding me of the night when Officer Jamal Mitchell was killed. All of the cars were lined up for the processional to take his body to the medical examiner's office. And that one was for a lot of people very confusing. You know, it was so sudden that it happened. People did not know, the average person did not know what was happening. This people do know what's happening. This people showed up to pay their respects and honor the fallen Officer Jamal Mitchell.
Getting on to 94 here, you can also see that obviously there are closures for exits along this route. That's something that you can expect on 94, 494, and then there will be some disbursement at 62 as they make their way to MSP Airport here this afternoon. But obviously so far it's been an incredible sight, and I'm sure it will continue to be that way with the support that we have for law enforcement here in Minnesota. And just to give you an idea of how long this procession is. We're still seeing some of the vehicles that were just exiting Maple Grove High School to join in. So that gives you an idea of how long it is that the front is already reaching 94.
Right, the back.
And the back is just getting out of the high school parking lot.
Hundreds of people lining up the route just to pay their respects here. And this video of them waving, this is live video of them waving still to all of the officer vehicles exiting just the high school there.
And you know they're not going anywhere. They're going to be there until they see the last of the vehicles come by here this afternoon. And you can see that they've, this is where they're turning off of Fernbrook onto 93rd before heading over to 94. Our Caroline Cummings is along that processional. Caroline, give us an idea of what you're seeing where you are.
Well, Derek, we've seen over the last 20 minutes a lot more people come to this pedestrian overpass where we are along Highway 62, right before the exit you might be taking to get to Southdale. If you take a look behind me, the procession, obviously, as you guys mentioned, has not yet reached us, but we have seen slowly but surely more people join us here on the pedestrian bridge because they want to catch a glimpse of that procession when it comes through. People I've spoken with, they say that it's about paying respect to the type of officer Jamal Mitchell was, the kind of character he exuded on the force, the model he was for other law enforcement officials, and also just to see the spectacle of all of the squad cars from police departments across the state, across the metro, and like you said earlier, Derek, even as far away as Fargo, all lining up, taking this route to pay their respects to one of their own. And one of the people on this bridge has a sign that says, "You are important," to let law enforcement know just how important their profession is, the work that they do. And here's, take a listen to one of the men we spoke with up here today.
Well, we watched it on TV. I watched the funeral on TV and all the accolades he got, and it was just something I wanted to do. I guess with the flag and all, and just the person he was. I mean, how can you help but admire him individually? I just hope people like in Bloomington and Edina, we appreciate their officers, and they show his kind of characteristics.
Now, Ed, you just heard from there. He said when you think about the two responsibilities that Officer Mitchell had, both as a police officer and as a citizen, he said, I don't think you could find a better resident or officer based on everything that he so intently listened to following that service along. And he's, you know, illustrative of other people in the community, people who do not live in the city of Minneapolis, the community that Jamal Mitchell was sworn to serve. These are people who live in Bloomington, who live in Edina, who still felt his impact and came here today to pay their respects to him, and also to law enforcement who is joining him and his family as they make this processional down, 494 to Highway 62, where we are right here again on this pedestrian bridge right over Highway 62, not far from Southdale Mall. People are gathering. I've counted about just over a dozen holding American flags. They had, again, a woman is holding a sign that says, "You are important," for all of the drivers coming this way will see on their route, and really just a moving thing to see all of these people come out to pay respects to a man that they have never met in person, never will meet. He did not serve their community, but they were still moved by the type of man Jamal Mitchell was. Derek.
Yeah, I love that, Caroline, to that point that when they heard and have heard the stories over the last week about Jamal Mitchell, that they see their local officers, characteristics of their officers, wherever it may be in the metro or outside of there, in officers that they know in their community.
Yes, exactly. And the fact that, you know, the man Caroline spoke with, he just saw who Officer Jamal was through what he learned on television, what he saw online, outpouring just remarks of just such high regard about this man that he had to come out and he had to come pay his respects. for a man he, again, never met, never will meet, and it's a powerful thing.
Yeah, so many Minnesotans feeling compelled to make sure law enforcement knows that they appreciate what they do in and out every day. You know, obviously among them are people that probably have law enforcement officers in their own families. We've seen that time and time again, that those families really do come together and travel a great distance to support others. You know, the wives, the children, the husbands, the parents and grandparents of these officers want to make sure that in this important moment for the family and for the community that they are present with them.
And we spoke with Jamal's fiance Tori earlier, and she said, quote, his greatest joys in life were his children. Cohen, who's 20 years old, Jalen, who's 9 years old, Caden, who's 7, and then little Mason, who's only 4 years old. She said, Jamal and I created a beautiful life in Minnesota, and he was deeply passionate about bringing and helping and serving the community of Minneapolis. So she said, on behalf of our family and from the bottom of her heart, she wants to thank the friends and neighbors and loved ones, the entire community, for all the continued support.
As you can see, we're now onto the interstate with at least the lead vehicles in this procession. But take a look at the overpass here.
Wow. Oh.
As folks have really lined up, flags in hand for many of them. A lot of them obviously are waving or are just saluting. And on the bottom of the screen, underneath our live bug there, it looks like that is a fire vehicle on that overpass right there as we widen that view here from our helicopter shot.
So many powerful moments that were shared about Officer Mitchell and his legacy, how he'll be remembered. We know that his family member, Aunt Dee Dee, Denise Draper, she was at the memorial today, and we want to play for you her prayer and thanks to the community.
Collectively, we, the Mitchell, the Raper, the Edwards, and Mizalek family want to thank you for your overwhelming love, your outpour of strength, the bottle of water, the cup of coffee, the donut. Wherever we needed to go, we are grateful to you for the love during this difficult time. There's a gospel quartet group, the Jackson Southerneers. The lyrics of a popular song says the only time you look down on a man is when you're picking them up. This was Jamal's Christian upbringing. It echoed that principle. No matter what you've been through, Jamal's heart demonstrated, I care. It demonstrated the deep concern that no matter who you are or what difficulty you might face, I'm here to help you up. Jamal, yes, he wanted to make a difference. Yes, he wanted to be a game changer. So today, his family and friends are here, and we collectively agree that this was Jamal's purpose, to reach down and pick you up. Through a wave, as I rode in my cruiser, to checking back with the community, this was Jamal's purpose. This was Jamal's assignment. This was Jamal's mission. And through our tears and heavy heart, we collectively say, mission accomplished. Again, we thank you. You hold special places in our heart. I've gained a new family when I come back again. Every endeavor, everything you did, the supporters, the funds, we thank you. This love runs deep. And in my closing, I talked with Jamal's older brother, Marquise, and he said, Aunt Dee Dee, share these words for me. He wanted to tell the family, you are not alone. You're not alone. His nieces and his nephews and niece, Uncle Marquis said he loves you. He wanted me to tell you that although Jamal was younger than him, Jamal was his mentor and his role model. And he was so proud of him. So we say thank you again. Mission accomplished, Jamal.
All right, back with a live look now. As you can see, the lead of the procession just past the 494 Bass Lake Road area. So obviously from Maple Grove moving into Plymouth right now, these roads are closed. A number of areas are closed, including the ramps at Bass Lake, Rockford Road, 55, County Road 6, and Carlson Parkway. That's going to continue here until about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Before that, processional then moves eastbound on Highway 62 as it makes its way to MSP International Airport. But obviously we know the processional is very long, so just wanted to give you an idea of where the lead of the procession and the hearse were in just the last few minutes.
I mean, this really is a final farewell from Minnesota as the body of Officer Jamal Mitchell makes its way to the airport, where it will then go to New Haven, Connecticut, which is where he is from. And we got word that the New Haven Police Department is sending members of the Honor Guard to receive Officer Mitchell's body.
Look at this salute right here on the overpass from a fire department in our area right now, standing on top of their truck. You can see that pickup truck with some folks there holding a sign as well as we show you the procession, which obviously features not only those law enforcement vehicles, but among them there are also some of the larger buses that visitors from other parts of the state came in on that wanted to be part of this processional here today as it continues on 494. And I think it's safe to say, Maria, that we've already seen hundreds of people gathered, not only in Maple Grove, just outside the high school, but along these overpasses where they have that safe viewing here this afternoon.
Really, really remarkable to see here. But we still have our Barrett Leone live outside the Maple Grove Senior High School. And she was there at the memorial today and has more to share with us about the service. Barrett?
Hi, Maria. Hi, Derek. Yeah, even at this point, we're still seeing some folks trickle out after that service, which started around 11:30. Multiple squad cars to this parking lot to the right of me. Behind me, it's pretty clear, but just a huge show of support. A lot of people paying their respects to honor the life of Officer Jamal Mitchell. We heard from the people who knew and loved him in this memorial service. Chief Brian O'Hara, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry, a fellow officer and friend, all just talking about what a courageous, funny, kind man he was. Now, Chief O'Hara says that Jamal was just courageous, deeply committed to his job, his mission of policing, and empathetic, and that's what made him a good officer. He says that he represented all that was good within the Minneapolis Police Department and really policing across the nation. Here's a little bit about what they had to say today.
It's just a testament to the man he was. It's how he lived his life. Jamal came to us a little bit later than the typical police recruit. He came to us in his mid-30s, and he made a lasting impression on everyone he interacted with. He had the right attitude. He showed up. Change happens by those who show up, and Jamal showed up every single day he put this uniform on. If you listen to those folks that are coming to the precinct, I mean, literally hundreds have stories of some friendship or some level of acquaintance with him, and I just think that's a testament to the man that he was. That's what made him truly heroic. The man that he was, how he lived his life, how he was present in community, how serious he took his responsibility to the people of our community. And he was truly a role model. And again, I mean, he was absolutely everything we could possibly ask of him to be.
The best way that we can honor Mitch is to spend quality time with his amazing family, to show them how much we appreciate the sacrifice that Mitch made. Mitch had a true passion for the community, and we as a department must continue the legacy that he designed naturally. We have some pretty big shoes to fill. I'm calling on every officer in this building to think about Jamal the next time that you get in that squad car. And remember that he would have wanted you to get out that car and engage with your communities. Mitch, we appreciate what you did, and this is not the end of your story. Officer Jamal Mitchell, badge number 4819, the hero that the city of Minneapolis needed. Outstanding job, sir, until we meet again.
His neighbors said he was someone invested in their lives, someone who cared about them, while his pickup basketball teammates called him the glue that held it all together. He was here for a reason. Officer Jamal Mitchell was so deeply committed to our city of Minneapolis. And on May 30th, he gave his life while serving it, demonstrating unmatched bravery, courage, dedication, and service. He was the epitome of a public servant and a courageous police officer, and we were so lucky to have him.
Really just incredible testimonies about Jamal's character, who he was as a person on the force and off the force as just a regular human. He just all around, we're hearing stories about what a great guy he was. Chief Brian O'Hara also said something really profound, that it wasn't how Jamal died that made him a hero, but how he lived his life, which is pretty powerful to think about. Now, MPD also awarded Jamal 2 of the highest awards a department can give a person in his death, and that is the Medal of Honor and Purple Heart. So just really continuously ways that they're remembering him. We're also seeing roses handed out. They're hand painted with blue. We've seen pins handed out. I showed that earlier. And really just an incredible amount of support to pay the respects to Officer Jamal and remember his legacy.
Barrett, thank you. Hundreds and hundreds of people lining the highway for that processional on the overpasses, saluting and waving flags. It's quite remarkable to see.
And this is a live look is this, outside Maple Grove High School, where Barrett just reported from a moment ago. So we still have a lot of law enforcement vehicles who are now leaving the area. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they're leaving to be part of the processional, but they may be. And here's another view right now. So this is from Fernbrook Lane, which is where the high school is, and then turning onto 93rd Avenue before getting onto 494, and then eventually 94. And then, of course, obviously traveling along 494 from Maple Grove through Plymouth down to Minnetonka before they head out on 62 before making their way to MSP Airport. And that's where we have our Caroline Cummings right now. She's at a spot, an overpass on 62. And Caroline, I believe you actually have a first responder with you who wanted to make sure to see Mitchell off today.
Yeah, that's right, Derek. I'm actually with two great first responders from Northfield, one of whom is a dispatcher answering those calls here in Edina, another a firefighter serving Northfield community. It's JD and Brittany here. They came from Northfield today because they feel it's so important to pay their respects. Talk about why you're here today with your son for him to witness this.
So us working in that field, we wanted to show our son how important this kind of stuff is to our community. As a first responder community, you know, we all answer these calls, we all know what this is like, and so we came out to show that Officer Mitchell mattered. We're here to show you that we love you and we support you, even from areas like in Northfield, Rochester, and outstate that you don't see out of Minneapolis.
And Brittany, you talked about how this could have been one of your officers on the other end of this this tragedy. Talk about what it means to you knowing that you support law enforcement in a way that maybe people forget about as a dispatcher.
I mean, dispatchers definitely have a very important job, and it's important for me to be here because I do serve this community, and I want my officers and all the other officers that are going to be in this procession to know that you are supported, and the majority of people do support you. It's the minority that does not support law enforcement.
And you guys talked about how just seeing these people, like kind of, we've seen a slow buildup of people joining you here on this pedestrian bridge along the route. What does it mean to see that you're not alone in the support you have for not only Officer Mitchell and his family, but the Minneapolis Police Department and all of the surrounding law enforcement agencies that are really touched by what happened?
It's huge. It is absolutely huge to see all these people come out from all over the place to show that we're here, we see you, and that no matter what, they've still got our backs, no matter what happens.
And to be here with your son, for him to see this, to see the support for the very profession that his parents are in, what does that mean to you as a parent, Brittany?
I mean, it's great. My son has always been very interested in our careers ever since he was really little. You know, he comes from, you know, grandparents that are in the field as well. But I think it's just so important to make sure that he's always showing that support as well, because he's the next generation, and we need to keep showing our first responders how they are important to us. And not just in times like this when something bad happens, but they need to be supported all the time.
And JD, you talked about witnessing all of the law enforcement, first responder community come out and show their support for the three fallen in Burnsville earlier this year. To be here again on the heels of another tragedy, but to see the support, does that hearten you?
Absolutely. These kind of things are never good in the fact of what happened, but it's always good to see that no matter what happens, we've got the support. No matter what the situation might bring, it's happening too much and it's happening way too often. But it's good to see that people still support all of the sides of public safety.
Right. And that this community stands with these officers, no matter if they live in their community or not.
Absolutely. Whether it's the thin blue line, thin red line, thin gold line, we're all one family, and it's really cool to see the outcome, all the support of everybody from all over the state.
Right. Well, Derek, you heard it so well, better than I could ever say from these great folks from Northfield. We still haven't yet seen the procession come this way, though we're told that it's heading our way. We've got it's in Wayzata, I'm told, and we have gotten even more people joining us here on the pedestrian bridge since we first began speaking with JD and Brittany here, and we'll be sure to bring you back live coverage of the processional once it arrives where we are. Derek.
All right, we appreciate that. Did you have a question for Caroline?
I just wanted to know exactly if they were seeing the procession, but she answered the question.
She got you covered, okay. Family and friends obviously have shared so many wonderful memories of Jamal Mitchell this week. We're going to hear more of those stories in parts of today's service, but we want to show you some of these family pictures. Outside of work, Jamal was engaged to be married. Tori, his longtime love, his fiance has obviously said that their family right now is devastated, that his greatest joys in life were his 4 kids. She also mentioned that Jamal was deeply passionate about helping and serving the community of Minneapolis, and he was an Energizer bunny because he did it all. He worked OT when it was needed at MPD, but then he was also involved in so many church and community events as well, which was obviously a big part of who he was and why he connected with so many people so quickly. In a statement, Tori added, "From the bottom of my heart, part, I want to thank our friends, neighbors, loved ones, and the entire community for their continued support.
He had a big family. His oldest son, 20 years old, youngest daughter, just 4 years old, with 2 children in between. And the youngest daughter, Mason, even leaving a sign and painting a picture for this memorial here, growing at the 5th Precinct building. It's just off of Nicollet Avenue and West 31st in Minneapolis. People have been leaving flowers and notes of gratitude and prayers and thanks all on this squad car of his. We've seen fellow members of law enforcement, their family members even, stopping by in a show of respect and solidarity.
It's very overwhelming, especially the messages from the kids. I have a brother whose second career is law enforcement, and he's been in the field for 10+ years, and he has little kids too. So it's just a lot to see the messages from his kids that he's not going to be there to witness the rest of their lives with them.
We want to take you back live to the procession. As Barrett told you just a few moments ago, the lead of the procession, including the body of Officer Jamal Mitchell, has passed Wayzata, so obviously they'll be heading toward Minnetonka as the next major area before they make that turn onto 62 here this afternoon. There will be, at that point, we'll see some dispersal of some of the law enforcement vehicles as then the family and that body is taken to MSP Airport.
Yeah, a smaller group is going to that airport. We know that his body will be going to New Haven, Connecticut. That's where he is from, and there will be another funeral there to lay him to rest, and that will be next Monday. And we can see here live, I believe on Highway 62, that's where Caroline was stationed.
And as she's mentioned, as people have been watching this on TV and online, they have felt compelled here this afternoon to make sure that they say their final goodbye to this officer and give respect to this family as we come back to our live view as that procession continues. And obviously a very long one, so that's why we're giving you updates based on where we're seeing the lead vehicles, just to kind of give you a sense of where they're headed. That's why there are some road closures here this afternoon through about 4 o'clock, so something to keep in mind. I know that's been something that we've been alerting you to in the last couple of days, but just something if you haven't heard already. We mentioned that Mitchell is a Connecticut native. His parents obviously talking about how they felt welcome. His aunt, Dee Dee, has talked about how welcome they felt in Minnesota in dealing with such a tragic loss. We do know that the flight should arrive in Connecticut this afternoon around 4:30 our time, 5:30 Eastern time. And once they arrive there, the New Haven Police Department will have its members of Honor Guard there, motor units, which will then receive Officer Mitchell's body, then escort him to a funeral home there in New Haven, with those services, as we mentioned, coming there next Monday. They'll have viewing hours and a service, all of that in his hometown, open to the public before he will be buried at the Evergreen Cemetery in that city.
I mean, it's a nearly 40-mile procession that we are viewing right now. It's been going on for about a half an hour now, if I'm correct in that. It was a long line of law enforcement vehicles, a bus carrying members of communities as well as family members who are from out of town, such as New Haven, Connecticut. And
at this corner, once again, you can see any of these areas where it is safe. You've got not only community members lining up, but we're seeing other police and fire and rescue teams from around the area that want to salute Officer Mitchell and his family as he makes his way to the airport before leaving Minnesota.
A final farewell from Minnesota as he heads to the airport to go back to New Haven, Connecticut.
Well, many community groups have stepped up to support Officer Mitchell's family, and that includes Minnesota 100 Club. The group's goal is to quickly provide support to families of first responders who die in the line of duty, and the group has already approved its maximum benefit, $50,000, to the family of Officer Jamal Mitchell. You can donate directly through Minnesota 100 Club's website or through buying a specialty license plate which supports law enforcement. You see it right there. The club's executive says that will ensure that no first responder's family is ever left behind.
The job is getting more dangerous, and we need to be prepared so that we can be there for the next family who needs us. Because sadly, what we all know is that there will be a next family, and we want to be just as responsive to that family as we are to the Mitchell family.
Another way to financially support the family is through the Law Enforcement Labor Services Benevolent Fund. That's LELS.org/benevolent fund. We also have the information on WCCO.com as we take you now back live to the procession for an update on where those lead vehicles are.
We now know that they are on Highway 62, so they should be passing by Caroline Cummings, who is positioned for us up on an overpass right now. They should be coming by that area soon, if not already. This has been going on for more than a half an hour now since they left Maple Grove Senior High School, where Officer Jamal Mitchell was a member of the Maple Grove community.
WCCO learned that Officer Mitchell's family felt compelled to join law enforcement after the murder of George Floyd.
And he thought it was the best way to achieve his ultimate goal of helping people. So here's Jason Rantola.
We always, worried about him when he's out there. It was tough getting that call,
That's Dennis and Janet Edwards, parents of fallen officer Jamal Mitchell, describing the selfless, caring, loving man they say specifically became a police officer to help people.
That's the type of heart he had. Jamal had a big heart. He just loved people, He surprised me sometimes, and I'm his mom. I raised him, and I was like, wow. Good job.
Is there anyone else in the house? No. Okay. Come on, guys. We got to get out.
That big heart on display, captured in this body cam footage. That's Officer Mitchell helping an elderly couple escape their burning home last year after just 3 days on the beat. Here's what he said after that rescue.
We're here to protect the community, do what we can to serve the community, and I feel in that situation, we didn't do anything different than any other officer at the MPD would have done.
Officer Mitchell's loss is especially felt here in his Maple Grove neighborhood. The streets are lined with American flags, trees adorned with blue ribbons, and porches with blue lights. Neighbors say they're mourning the loss of a great guy.
I saw his father speaking on television with his mother there. It just broke my heart.
Christy Bailey felt compelled to head to the memorial and pay her respects. Her husband, who wore the badge for 4 decades.
I've had friends that have gotten killed or injured, and it's just really becomes apparent that things are getting worse and worse.
What a hero, and we're all going to miss him. He was a great tribute to our city and to his fellow officers.
And I'm grateful that he did his job. He did his job, and he did it well. And I want to say, well done, Jamal. Well done. Well done. I'm proud that he was my son.
And again, Officer Mitchell was a father himself to 4 children and engaged to be married. One civil rights activist we spoke with described Officer Mitchell as a model officer and an example to his own children. Yeah, we want to give you a quick look at the route that the motorcade is taking right now, if we do have that graphic, or we can just take the live shot here, as we do know that the lead vehicles have now made their way onto 62 right now. So there is that live view, and we're told that they're probably only around 3 or 4 minutes away now from our Caroline Cummings, where she's stationed on one of the overpasses, where a lot of people are lining up as it's now making its way quite a bit closer to MSP International. Again, it's coming from Maple Grove Senior High School, and Officer Jamal Mitchell and his family were members of the Maple Grove community. We even heard from one of his neighbors today at the memorial who said he was just such a good neighbor, and that's always what you want, right? Yeah, absolutely. We want to bring in our Caroline Cummings, who has been with some of the folks and talking to them who have lined up on the procession route here at Caroline. We're hearing that lead vehicles should be coming your way pretty quickly here.
Yeah, and Derek, all the people here on the pedestrian bridge are really eager to see that procession. I have counted at last check about 36 people. More and more have continued to show up throughout the afternoon. We've been here since about 11 this morning. The most people started coming around 2, so they've been here waiting, some of them an hour, to catch a glimpse of this processional here. And many of them we've spoken with, they came because they felt it important to not only show Officer Mitchell's family and his friends in his department that they support him and the hero that he was, but also that they support public safety officers, people who work in law enforcement, first responders. Of course, this is coming on the heels of the Burnsville tragedy just months ago. That really hit close to home for people, and now they are coming again on the occasion of a tragedy to honor this man who gave his life on the job, but also finding community and finding some source of solace in seeing the amount of people who are out here supporting the law enforcement community. What you're seeing right now, of course, is the overpass, Highway 62. We're told that the procession will be here any moment, the first vehicles on this procession. And if you had been with us for a while, you heard from Ed and Brittany right here that you see. They are first responders themselves. JD is with the Northfield Fire Department, and Brittany is with the Edina Emergency Dispatch, and they felt it important to bring their son Lane here to witness this firsthand and show him how much the community and people support what they do for a living and how important it is for them to be a part of this day and pay their respects. Again, we are on a pedestrian bridge over Highway 62, not far from Southdale Mall, where just more and more people, this crowd is growing by the minute. People holding American flags to show their support. One woman is holding a sign where the drivers can see that says, "You are important." She hopes that message gets to law enforcement that are driving by here. Again, we're waiting anxiously for the procession to get here any minute, and we understand that that will happen any moment here. We also met a man, Ed, earlier you heard from, who he came again to show the support for the law enforcement community. He said, that Officer Mitchell basically exudes the type of character that he would want in his police officers serving his community of Bloomington, but also just as a citizen. And we see now that the procession is just starting to come our way with the lead vehicles. It's really still, it's actually kind of remarkable to see, because all of the traffic preceding this procession has started to dissipate. It's gone much more quiet than the sound of a busy highway that we've been hearing all afternoon as this very somber, powerful procession heads our way. We'll let you take a look here.
but there's a lot. I know. I mean, they.
So it looks like the last car here in that first wave, if not the entire procession, just wrapped up. If you were joining us during that time, it was really powerful. Just how you see a sign here, she was holding, "You are important." Ma'am, we're with WCCO. We're live on our stream. Do you want to talk to us about what brought you out here today to show the support for the law enforcement?
Well, I was in Burnsville for 10 days when that happened, and I do have a sign down at the memorial, but I just had to be here to honor everyone that participated in the procession. So.
Why? Why did you want to honor them today?
Oh my gosh. Well, the job they do, the heroism, the bravery, the stamina, the endurance, the love, the sacrifice, everything.
And you hope they saw your sign that says